I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and the notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is now 6 o'clock, and the following board members are in attendance: Rhonda Timish, Catherine Sells, Christy Hassett, Allison Lasan, Tracy Miller, Jenny Prosnick, and Angie Cox. And I've asked Mr. Miller to please lead us in prayer tonight.
All right, let's pray. Father, thanks for a great day in Lewisville, Texas, an opportunity for everyone in this room in whatever capacity to serve the families of LISD, the students of LISD, to the community members. Father, we pray that we will be prudent in the decisions or the discussion that we have and the decisions that we're making, that will be principled in the way that we approach it, and that our priorities will be correct, and that, as always, that we'll be prayerful in the way that we consider these things and doing what's best for our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our vision statement will be by Dr. Rapp tonight.
Yes, tonight for our four cornerstones, our I statement comes from the student experience category, and it says, I seek and encourage talent development. And I wanted to share with you this evening, we're coming to a close this school year with our leadership cohorts that help develop the talent of several different categories of our staff members in the school district. Our leadership cohort for teachers and district support staff had 50 participants this year for year one, 20 participants for year two, and 12 for year three. And then our leadership cohort for administrators, which is open to assistant principals and central office, had 20 participants in year one. One of those is Ms. Prosnick as well, and 16 that are in year two. They had their action research showcase on April the 16th from 5 to 6 p.m. in this room, and it's come and go, and we'd love for you to be able to come by and see their action research from this school year.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Okay, so
Thank you.
As we've all talked about, the agenda's full, so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rapp and the Middle School STEM Academy group. And as we've been promising and hadn't forgotten, this group's done a lot of work. So, Dr. Rapp.
Yes, thank you. So, trustees, we're pleased this evening to share with you research from STEM. I'm going to ask that the STEM committee participants that are going to present tonight go ahead and come on up. But while they do, we wanted to share with you a brief video on elementary STEM. Before we get started with middle school STEM, we thought it'd be a great opportunity just to have a brief update about some elementary STEM items as well. Dr. Green is with us in the audience this evening, Dr. Jonas Green, who we all know from his elementary STEM work. So while everybody's getting seated, let's watch this quick video.
Lewisville ISD is proud to announce a new kind of school, one that caters to young science and technology explorers. In August 2018, the doors opened to the very first LISD STEM Academy. Located in Flower Mound, the LISD STEM Academy at Donald Elementary welcomes students from across the district interested in participating in the program. The Elementary STEM Academy was a step towards the expansion of current educational options for our students. Programs of choice help LISD meet the educational expectations of parents and the community. It also allows LISD to maintain a competitive edge by attracting and retaining students, providing creative and flexible learning environments, and ultimately preparing students for future success.
Hi, my name is Michael Hess. I'm the Acting Associate Director of NASA's Johnson Space Center. Congratulations from NASA to Lewisville ISD, opening its first STEM Academy at Donald Elementary. STEM education creates critical thinkers, increases science literacy, and enables the next generation of innovators and explorers for the future of our nation. Well done.
This unique STEM Academy program is found only in Lewisville ISD. Through hands-on collaborative learning experiences, students receive instruction that mixes science and technology into every class. Students also have an opportunity to apply design thinking and creativity to real-world problems while exploring a variety of STEM careers. In addition to the core content areas of science, math, language arts, and social studies, All students at the LISD STEM Academy receive instructions in robotics, computer programming, and engineering.
Well, I think we're making great progress in our district in terms of the STEM Academy concept and starting things younger. That's where we absolutely need to start. Wait until somebody's 16 years old and ask them if that's what you want to do is pretty late in the cycle. Second thing is the engineering process is something that people will use their entire life. Everybody fixes, configures, organizes, rebuilds, understands that. So that engineering process is a day-by-day skill for most people. And it's certainly a 21st century skill in terms of things that are coming up. That's the skill that's going to make a difference in the world, is being able to solve problems, take an approach that's organized and disciplined.
For a kid to come and learn robotics at Valley Ridge, I think it would just be really fun, and if they want to be an engineer when they grow up, then it's like learning to be what you want your dream job to be.
The popularity of the STEM Academy program in the LISD community has led to the expansion of the program to other elementary campuses. The LISD STEM Academy will open at Polzer Elementary in Carrollton and Valley Ridge Elementary in Lewisville in the 2019-2020 school year. Additional STEM Academy campuses will open in the Marcus High School Attendance Zone in 2020 and the Colony High School Attendance Zone in 2021. LISD has partnered with the National Institute for STEM Education in the design of the STEM Academy program. In May 2018, the LISD STEM Academy at Donald Elementary became the first elementary in the state of Texas recognized by the National Institute as a STEM School of Excellence. In fact, Donald Elementary employs more nationally certified STEM teachers than any other school in the nation. Teachers at the LISD STEM Academy at Valley Ridge and at Polzer are working towards completing their national teaching certificates. Both schools are on track to be nationally certified campuses by May 2019. It's time to begin your child's STEM journey with Lewisville ISD. Visit lisd.net/STEM for more information.
So I can't think of a better way to kick off the meeting just to capture what we're accomplishing at the elementary level, and we appreciate so much the support of each of you in that journey. This committee that you see before you had a really hard task, and I know that they tackled it with great spirit and great passion in terms of trying to decide what to bring before you this evening in terms of recommendations. And I just want to say how much I appreciate them for the amount of time they spent in this process, because it was hard to come to a conclusion about what's best for middle school when you live in that middle realm between elementary and high school. And they've done great work, and you're going to see that this evening.
Good evening, President Cox, Rogers, trustees, leadership team. Work with this before you. I also want to share my sincere appreciation. You will get to hear from quite a few of them this evening, but we also have some committee members audience that I would like to recognize as well, cheering us on. got our grounding in middle school, then we set off on what are other schools doing. We searched a total of 29 sites as a group. We're located in both large and small districts and in urban and rural settings. The schools represented a wide variety of different service models as well as who they served. The schools included both private and charter schools, some with a specific focus on STEM. Texas, as well as some schools. Our research focused around several key categories. We wanted to know about the district and campus commitments. We asked about the philosophies that they held about middle school and about STEM. We wanted to know about the students that were served in this program, as well as the teachers serving those students. We wanted to know about any parent commitments, how the community was involved in the STEM program. We asked about the curriculum. We then asked if the program was in any way connected to an elementary or a high school STEM program. Our research was conducted by phone and from internet research. The sites were very, very, very different from each other in their purpose, their design, and the students that they served. Several key findings came out of this site research. As reported by the sites, most of the programs followed a whole school model in which every student at the campus was considered a student. Most programs used a lottery system to select students. Most integrated STEM into at least one content area. Most offered unique STEM-specific electives, usually in the form of some kind of engineering or advanced technology course. Most intentionally partners that supported the school. Most provided additional technology that was used in both robotics. Most were committed to additional and intense professional. And most provided STEM opportunities outside of the school day through the use of competitions. Again, as reported by the sites, few of the middle school academies researched were designed as a direct link from an elementary STEM program unless it was K-8 by design. For example, Little M STEM Academy serves students K through 8. The programs were designed as a direct link to a specific high school STEM program, but rather to create interest around STEM or CTE or any program of interest to students. Offered the 5 fine arts programs that we offer in LISD to their middle school.
So at this point, we had to decide really what does this look like for Lewisville? And so, with our new understanding of the purpose and goal of STEM education, the philosophies that surround an effective middle school program design, as well as the research that we did nationally and state, we really had to determine and develop those guiding principles that were going to be important to us that aligned with our 4 cornerstones mission and vision of LISD. So we came up with a set of guiding principles. And so the first thing, we really wanted to ensure that we were providing flexibility for individualized learning. We also wanted to be sure that we were increasing opportunities for those collaborative learning environments because that was so important in that research. As well as just create that robust excitement for science, technology, engineering, and math for students. And then just to continue that opportunity to develop those leadership skills through the STEM Academy, as well as welcome those students that had or that were or were not involved in the elementary and have that STEM background. We wanted to be sure that all students could have that opportunity, that they just didn't have to come from an elementary STEM academy. Also in our design that we discussed, we wanted to be sure that the program was vetted by an outside agency or organization, And so we wanted to be sure that we had a similar STEM designation as the elementary campuses because we know how important that is to especially our community. We also wanted the program to have that K through 12 STEM alignment. So we wanted to continue that growth and those experiences for students coming from the elementary program. But for those students who maybe were not involved, have that opportunity in middle school and continue that as well into high school through our CTE and additional courses at the high school level. We wanted to make sure, because it was pretty apparent that including those STEM opportunities in content areas at the campus, and we'll learn more about that in a few minutes. Building those robust partnerships within the community. Through our research, it was very apparent that there were strong partnerships with organizations and businesses and how important that is. We wanted to create a system that we could replicate just like we have in the elementary across middle school so it could be consistent. We also want to continue to support the philosophy of STEM Plus at the secondary level because we know how important the opportunity for students to get to participate in multiple activities, our fine arts, our athletics. We know how vital that is to the overall student growth. And we want to design a cohesive package to market and deliver to our community. With our challenges that we have with competition, we want to do a very good job at marketing our program as well.
So we have two models that we're going to bring to you this evening for you to consider. Using those guiding principles and the research, we've kind of built the characteristics into those models that we feel are important and that we're going to share with you. For each model, we're going to share a big picture of what the model is, and then we're going to look at the impact on the core classes the model will have and the impact that it will have on the elective classes as well. So I have the opportunity to share with you Model 1, which is flipping the entire school, and the STEM will be addressed in the science core content areas in addition to the elective classes. So the big picture is that all students on the campus will be considered STEM students. There won't be a designation or a designated group of students that move through the school together throughout the day that are STEM and then some that aren't. It'll be a true all-school culture of STEM. We will offer a STEM integration into science courses through all students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We'll waive the local requirement for a third year of PE credit and offer additional STEM-related electives for all students that incorporate an engineering focus. But we also need to consider that some of our students will be coming from an elementary STEM academy, and so we'll need to kind of grow those students, but we'll also need to provide a baseline program of STEM electives for the students that did not come from a STEM academy. So that's big picture. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the impact on the core classes. So a new science course for all students will be written locally within our district with our teachers and the committee called STEM Science that intentionally incorporates the engineering design process. Students who are GT, pre-AP, and also on level will all be served through the STEM Science course. And our offerings in ELA, Math, and Social Studies courses will follow the current district curriculum.
And Jennifer, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Jennifer Weimer. I'm the Secondary Science Administrator. We also took a look at this Model 1 related to elective structure in this setting. It's pretty similar to that structure that we currently offer in our middle school settings. Into the 6th grade would still seventh grade, they would have 2
all, sorry, kind of all get that STEM through the science class. This model, it builds a culture of the whole school STEM awareness. So we're not being exclusive. It's not these students are in STEM, these students are not in STEM. It still keeps that cohesive environment for the community and for the school. It also would provide us to be able to be nationally recognized once just our science teachers have completed their STEM training. So that kind of sets us on a path to reach out and more opportunities once we get that certification. And then finally, it maintains that whole middle school philosophy that we talked about. The students are still going to be able to participate in other electives, and they can kind of delve a little bit more heavily into STEM if they want to, and have all their electives be STEM, or they can just have maybe one STEM elective a year. That's going to be up to them, so it provides them that choice.
So if this program is recommended for implementation, so I'm trying to say, I'm Adrian Marine, OCT Director. The preparation for this model would begin next year with the selection of the middle school campus, and then we would begin to establish the curriculum teams to design the STEM science course that would intentionally integrate the design process along with the grade level TEKS. We would research additional STEM electives that might be a good fit for the students and make some adjustments to our current elective offerings, such as robotics. And this would also depend on the student proficiency coming up from the elementaries, if they were in a STEM academy or not. And then we would also consider possible community partners for next year. The following year, we would start to train the science teachers for the new STEM science course, as well as the STEM certification process. We would conduct the parent meetings and start to establish the application process for students that are interested in transferring. And then by serving all campus students in the science course as well as the possible STEM electives, we would be ready to launch this program model to sixth graders in the fall of 2021.
Hi, I'm Lori Deering, Secondary Math Administrator. So we've heard about Model 1, which really proposes to flip an entire middle school where all the students are served in the STEM program. Model 2, I'm going to talk a little bit about a different type of model where we would take a small group of students and do kind of a school within a school model, and that would serve a smaller number of students in a school setting. So Model 2 proposes that we take and serve a small number of students in a school within a school setting and serve them through just their additional STEM electives. And these additional STEM electives would be offered at the campus, but only for the STEM students. If space became available in the courses, then the non-STEM students could enroll in those classes as well. Students in the STEM Academy would be required to participate in a minimum of one STEM elective. We understand that's why they would be there, is for STEM. And it would waive the local elective, the local requirement for a third year of PE credit in that model. And then the impact on the core classes would be that it wouldn't really need to change the current offerings in ELA, math, science, or social studies courses because the students would be served through the STEM electives only. Our gifted and talented students would be served in their current access to their GT Science, GT LEAP, ELA courses as part of the service model, and then curriculum would not need to be designed specific to a content area with a focus on STEM, again, because it would be served through the STEM electives.
Good evening. My name is Gary Gibson, principal at Shadow Ridge Middle School. We heard the impact on the core classes. What would the impact be on the elective classes? In this model, tracks of students would be created, and all students would be kind of tracked together throughout the day, throughout the day in their elective classes. Academy students would continue to take fine arts course in 6th grade with another elective, a required STEM elective. Students in grades 7 and 8 would take a required STEM elective each year along with 1 or 2 electives of their choice. And by waiving the PE requirement in grade 8, this opens up the students in 8th grade to continue the arts, the athletics, the advanced language pathway, and continue to participate in STEM electives for 2 of the 3 years.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Nubis. I'm your secondary GT administrator. And in this model, we really, considerations-wise, we would be creating a small group of students that would be most likely very highly engaged in STEM, but it would set them apart from other students. So it would not be that whole inclusive model like what we were talking about in Model 1. The second option here, or in this model, is that students could be, the different things that they do could be managed through their electives as opposed to clubs and those type of competitions outside of school. There would be a place for us to still be able to do that through their school day. We are concerned that there could be some unintentional limitations put on the students in regards to what the electives that would be offered to them, because of the fact that we would need to prioritize the STEM students in the STEM electives. So we don't know exactly what that impact might have, but that is definitely a concern. This model also creates a very limited culture. Again, in Model 1, you heard us talk about that all-encompassing culture of the whole school, everybody rallying together as a big, large team, as opposed to fragmented groups. And then we also do have some concerns about the national STEM designation would be very challenging under a school within a school type model.
Good evening, I'm Sarah Leslie. I'm an instructional technology facilitator, and I want to tell you about the implementation of Model 2. If this was chosen, the implementation timeline would look a lot like Model 1. In 2019-2020, we would select the middle school campus. We would do the additional research on what electives would be a good fit. Since all of the STEM offerings would be through electives, we would need to do a deep dive into that to see what we would need to consider. The following year, in 2020-2021, we would start to train the STEM elective teachers. Parent meetings would be held, and the application process would be implemented, and designated transfer students would have their opportunities. Elective teachers would have the opportunity to become STEM certified. The school would need the science teachers certified for the STEM designation as a campus, so we would not need to do that through this process because we're only looking at elective teachers. The school within a school model is serving a set of students in the STEM setting, only through electives. We would be able to launch this program in August of 2021 as well.
So we've laid out two options, the model or the school within a school model. And the recommendation of this work group is really feel like this model matches to the purpose of STEM, that real application that we learned about the true purpose of STEM in those science classes. It's a good thing. Student choice and electives match to our guiding principles. Like it's competitive based on our research with the other. That's for another entry point. We thank you for your time.
Great ending, Karen. Okay, so board, we know you have questions, and
Ms. Lasagna, you're up first.
Thank you for that. Are we asking one or are we asking all?
Why don't we just ask all?
I really don't have, I was gonna say, y'all, your presentation was really great. I can tell y'all did a lot of, great research into it, and, I mean, I think, I don't have any questions. I think I would agree with y'all that the, I don't like to pigeonhole kids, especially within a school, so I think it would be great to have, the entire school lit model. I like that. So, that's all for me.
Ms. Prosnick?
I do have a few questions. My first question is, does flipping the entire school require any building modifications to the middle school, like we had to with our elementary schools?
What we know right now is more of a
Well, we had to retrofit Donald with water and things of that nature, and so and with the library. So that's my question: is any of that required for the middle school STEM?
Yeah, I don't, Ms. Prosnick, I don't see that. You know, the main thing we did for Donald and for the elementary schools is to put in, you know, wet labs, you know, because they didn't have them at elementary schools. Of course, that's not an issue for middle school. Now, you know, that doesn't mean that we might not modify do some minor modifications. You know, those labs at our elementaries also have some see-through, some glass where we can sort of show off some of the activities and so on. But overall, I don't see that.
And just like our elementaries, because of course that's what I'm most familiar with, would this require for a longer school day? An extended day for middle school. So I'm probably going to dive a little too deep here, but I'm going to do it anyway. I sent an email to Dr. Rogers back in November 6th where I asked for Hedrick Middle School to be the new middle school STEM academy, and that was right after Stan Tech gave us the architecture presentation. Currently, Hedrick is being built for the capacity of 1,000, and currently we're showing a capacity of 658 students at the height for the next 5 to 10 years that we've been given in our last report. That's over 200 spots plus that would be available. It is 3 miles from Donald and an 8-minute car ride, since that would be the first elementary moving forward. And I don't want to retrofit a school the way we had to the elementaries. I'm pleased to hear we wouldn't necessarily have to do that, but if we could decide sooner rather than later, while Hedrick is still going to be built, we could make those modifications now, where I find that it's usually less expensive than after a building is already built. Because I concur, I think that an entire school model is the best way to go. I think it impacts the most students, and I think we have an amazing opportunity here to reinforce the STEM work that goes on across the district. It will not just happen at this one middle school, just like it doesn't happen at just those elementaries. So that's me going a little deep.
Yeah, and Ms. Prosnick, first off, I know I speak for the work group. That wasn't on their agenda as far as to pick. You know, we really didn't want to jump there yet until the board gave us input as to what model. Certainly, what I would tell you, you know, going back to your email from November, is certainly it has to be one of the considered sites, just once again because of potential capacity, but we're not quite prepared to move there yet. Sorry. We will soon.
What if the board is?
Okay, I have a few. So for that's a question for a minute, probably. For the whole school model, what happens if a child that's their regular home school, but they don't really want to take all of the electives? They like the idea of the science, but they would like several other electives. What happens to that child when they really want to stay at their home school, but are not fully committed in the full STEM model? What happens?
In this model, students would not be required to take STEM electives. They wanted to take band and choir in grades 6, 7, and 8, and keep athletics. That would be fine in this particular model.
So they could then keep athletics all four if they want to do volleyball or football throughout the whole.
They're taking STEM science.
Right. STEM science, correct.
Every grade, but other than that, it's up to them.
So they can just keep it that. Right.
And I would remind you, Ms. Hassett, that even when we created elementary STEM academies, you know, parents were given the option that if they didn't want to be a part of the Donald, or, you know, that there are options, but.
So if it's the whole school model and GT, pre-AP, and on-level students will all be served through the STEM science, how will you differentiate for all 3 levels?
We are looking forward to writing a curriculum that does provide those opportunities for our.
So you will making sure that,
That's exactly right. We would differentiate for them, so we would help to create that curriculum to help our teachers and help support them, and then obviously through professional learning to make sure that they would know how to do that to still meet the individual needs of the unique groups.
right, which is absolutely great for our students, but is that going to be too taxing on our teachers to have to differentiate for GT as well as?
Well, that's why you build the curriculum and support first, instead of just saying, okay, now Hamlin. Right, because you're right, that would be overwhelming if we just out on our own.
Right,
Yeah,
let's not do that.
No, we wouldn't be.
Okay, so we've also been talking about an AVID-esque skill set or class within 6th grade. So we would no longer do that at the elementary or the middle schools that had the STEM model.
Yeah, I don't want to mix, mix the waters.
Right, but
so
the skill set of trying to make sure you know how to take notes and the idea behind that is still good even in a STEM model. So how can we make sure that if we think that's a good idea district-wide for our students to learn that skill set, how can we incorporate it if it's not going to be an elective that they would offer at a STEM campus?
I don't think, Ms. Hassett, wherever we land on the AVID or AVID model type thing, that would be excluded just because we've created. So I don't think a STEM would exclude that. Hey, you couldn't do some of the things.
But you're already mixing in additional, just be a more crammed schedule possibly. But it's all good ideas.
It would be an optional elective that a student could take.
But we've been talking about having it not be optional for 6th graders.
Yeah, if I could, I'd just ask that we maybe stick to STEM tonight. And I understand
Right.
your point.
I'm just trying to figure out how it would work.
I promise you, we will figure that out if that's the decision that we do.
Okay.
These folks and a lot of others are the experts.
I know they like when we get together like this. Okay. How many LISD middle school STEM campuses would we have? Would we have one in each attendance zone?
I don't think, I was gonna say, I don't think that's really, again, this group didn't necessarily tackle location and how much, but what they did take into account was replicability. So
Right.
depending on how many would end up having space after we dive deeper into looking at those numbers,
Right.
based on the feedback from here, obviously.
Right.
What could go to scale was the bigger consideration that they had when they were coming up with those options.
Well, and I'd also say, as the video alluded to, I mean, really the model that we've created in elementary was sort of born out of the request. I mean, request from parents. So once we launch the first one, then we'll let that help determine if we need 2 more or no more. So I think we'd be really very premature to guess that right now.
Okay. I guess that's all for now.
So can I, and I'm going to ask both you and Ms. Prosnick, so your input on option 1, or is that?
Oh, no, I said I
okay.
was for the whole school model, and
I just
I
wanted to make
volunteered to
sure.
school.
Okay.
I concur that I like the idea. It's also just relatively new information, and I like to mull over things more and maybe even come bug you for some of the research.
I'll give
so I
you
can just see how you do.
I'll give you a check minus.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. I definitely would be in for the flipping the entire campus, because I think at that age, you don't always know what you like and love. You're still learning your passions, and I think regardless of where you are, they're going to have opportunities that I think otherwise we would not afford students, and we definitely know we need to grow in our STEM, and I think this is an excellent way to do that. So thank you for your work on that. Would there be any staffing changes that you foresee if we flip the entire campus? Are you aware of any needs that we might have?
Well, considering the amount of STEM electives that we would want to offer, then we would foresee that there could potentially be a need for more tech apps, technology, engineering type focus instructors, just to provide that capacity for all kids. Now, the number, I don't know. I think it would depend on
And I think, Ms. Timish, electives are still sort of decided based on request, so we'd have to sort of wait and see what students are requesting in those, on those STEM electives before we could. But I think there is a potential to have a little bit of a hit as far as FTE was.
And I could just see the potential for those specific staffing positions being difficult to find and recruit. So that would be something with our partnerships that would be really important, because we all know in our economy it's hard to find those skill sets. So I could see that. Another question that I had, how would this look for our special needs students or those that are served? I think there's some exciting things that we do. Is that something you considered or looked at with regards to whole campus with those students?
Well, since all students will be served through the GT Science, as we're writing
STEM science.
Sorry, I was thinking the STEM science, then the differentiation in that curriculum will be available. So not only will those enrichment pieces be provided, we will also provide that supplemental support for the students who need that additional support and resources in the regular setting. And so the pull-out resource is something we probably would not have available at the campus. We really want to embed them in the classroom, because working together with upper-level students is only going to make their learning more impactful as well.
So thank you. I'm excited to hear that. I think that's important, because I love about LISD is all means all. So thank you.
Can I share? I think that STEM program is actually going to be a real benefit to those students who have special needs, because it's so hands-on. I think that those kids are going to have a lot to offer to us as well, and I think we're going to see things out of them that we didn't realize they had. So I think that's going to be a real benefit to the special needs kids.
I love that. Ms. Hells?
Yeah. Was there one schedule that you saw as you did your research that rose to the top? Was it an 8-period day? Was it a block? And I'm just curious, because it seems like to me that if you're going to add the extra enrichment, that there might be a time when extended classes might provide a better learning opportunity. And that's just my observation, but I just wanted to know if there was anything that rose to the top as y'all did that, or did y'all even view that?
In our research, we saw all kinds of schedules.
Okay. In the school within a school, I mean, I'm not leaning that way, but how do those tracks look? What is the percentage of students that were served in those schools? And how many of those tracks were available in some of those schools?
Some of the schools that had a school within a school, they served, some served as few as 60, some served as many as 100. Sometimes they were in like proximity, they were on a different floor than the other students. Sometimes they were in a different building. Saw them, saw school within school models that were, you may not notice that it was a school within a school. On different models of that as well.
And then, Ms. Timish asked mine about if you choose not, and the special needs. Are we, and this may be a question for Dr. Rogers, are we looking at, this would be more like the elementary STEM, where if you're not in that feeder pattern, you would need to provide transportation, or are we looking at more like academy?
Yeah, I'm going to let Dr. Rapp talk about really how we sort of evolved on our transportation.
So on the elementary STEM level, this past year, there really weren't that many students that required the hub busing. And I think, as we've written about in weekly updates, we're not going to continue that for the elementary STEM for the next school year. Now, the Collegiate Academy does have a system of hub busing. So I think that would be something we would need to take into consideration, whether once you start bringing more students together to one location, maybe that
allows for you to have more efficiency in providing some busing. That would definitely need to be something we looked at.
Just with the going away of the one, I wanted to see if how we were looking at this because I know that that's been important to, and I think that it's hard for a parent for it to only be offered in high school if we're going to all at once offer this across
Yeah,
the K through 12 level.
we certainly built it because we thought it would be needed at elementary school too, that just, it wasn't utilized, so
Right,
it was
and
not.
I get that.
But certainly, we don't want transportation to be the deterrent that a kid in some of our schools could not participate in this program. So that's why we'll continue to try to figure out the answer.
And this is just something that I never asked at Donald, but wanted to know, how does this impact the counselors? Are the counselors also able to be provided some kind of STEM accommodation, training, and certification? Or, I mean, I'm sure that they go through, just like at Donald, there was some learning that happened, but when we're talking about staffing, and I would believe that this would be new somewhat for a counselor, and they want to be completely prepared in talking to our parents and our community.
Sure. Definitely would require working with Ms. Crow to, for sure, bring not up to speed, but be part of the learning process about what the implementation of the STEM requirements are and how that impacts kids and their choices and their selections. You know, one of the things I think we've done so well with the elementary STEM academies, really Dr. Green has set that standard, is he's a major part of those parent information sessions. And that helps the staff learn alongside for quite a while before we ever might even consider turning all the advertisement and information over. So I think we would definitely want to keep that same model going forward, is walk really right alongside the campus staff in terms of choices and what do these choices mean, because you're going to have kids that are trying to choose dual language classes along with STEM electives classes, and there will be a lot of new questions for the first time that we'll learn with that new class of fifth graders. The way the STEM certification works, I do believe, and I would have to, I can't see Dr. Green's face, but it's open where people from a wide variety of backgrounds can actually pursue that STEM certification. Yes, I'm getting it. Okay, good. I can't see through the polls. So, you know, the great part about that process is really anybody in any role can pursue that certification and learn how they can be a part of the whole campus environment and supporting STEM.
And then if you could touch on the business partnerships, is that a talent and resource goal to have them integrated? Will we have, you know, when we visit some of the high school academies, you see companies that have come in and are really walking hand in hand with some of those schools and certain courses that are being offered. And so how is that, where are we going to maximize those partnerships?
Bethany, those were some of the great examples we saw in our research. Partnering with middle schools, not only for content, but for mentorship, for the classroom, for competitions, providing coaching.
I want to add that one of the campuses that I researched was in Houston, and they talked about a partnership with a water plant, and the teachers actually went together as a team for some professional learning, actually learned what it was they really wanted to focus on in the curriculum within the classroom, and then they took that learning back and implemented it within the classroom, and the company, some individuals came with them and partnered in that opportunity with the students. So I think it can look a lot of different ways, and it just depends on what that partnership's willing to contribute with it.
And we're looking for more than one partnership?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Because, you know, some of that stuff is really focused, and some of those companies went all in and their name everywhere and stuff. So just wanting to make sure that we're covering all aspects of science, because it can be so varied.
Ms. Cox, really quick. We haven't approved the board goals really right now, but right now it's on there that the board is going to help with partnerships. So if this does pass, bug us to help you. If we do actually approve approve that as one of our board goals. So we can be a more active participant in helping the district move forward. So just to let you know.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you for all that work, and I can't help but respond to Ms. Hassett, because that's one board goal that I think at a macro level we should have, but we shouldn't have a target on there
I would disagree.
of 3, because what that does is that means there's 21. We're all trying to meet our target. That's 21 businesses we're trying to get you guys to partner with, and it's going to tap your capacity. Because I think if we all brought 1, it's going to tap your capacity. So,
And we're working out the details, but I'm not afraid of.
I'm sorry?
We're working out the details. I'm just not afraid of.
All right, let's talk about
Well,
STEM.
I think I'll get back to the partnership in a second then. So, first of all, thank you for your work on this, and if I'm looking at you, it may not be that the question's for you, so as always, that's my disclaimer. Let me just start with Dr. Rogers. I think, while I get like the intent of these discussions, kind of get a sense of the board, what I would say is that I'm really focused on avoiding what I think was a huge delay in AVID. The board needs to take action. So this is a discussion to get a sense of where we're going, but ultimately this needs to be an agenda item that the board has decided to move in the direction of middle school academies, option 1, option 2, and then we can work out the details. So I think a board discussion is not a board decision or action, and I'd like to move it to an action so that future boards have to undo what we did. They can just do something. If all we do is have a discussion, then all they do is have to take action that can void that discussion. So I'd like to make sure that we move this to an action in the next few months.
Yeah, I get your point. I will tell you, I don't believe, Mr. Miller, that the board took action on the elementary STEM academies. I mean, I don't think it's required. I mean, because once y'all put this into motion, I mean, it's going to be really hard for a board with all the interest. I mean, we'll do whatever the board wants to take action. I mean, we can take action next week if the board is ready, but I don't know that it's required to. I mean,
yeah, and I think it's up to us. So again, AVID is one where the discussion lingered, it took a while, and that's just so. A couple things. As it relates to selecting the campus, which I know is TBD, I would just caution us that space is a criteria. And the reason is that I think while the elementary STEM academies, we looked at space and capacity and what's happening with the demographics, that type of thing, and to give some options relative to capacity, we may miss a big underserved population that can't transport their kids, that different things like that, where it might be a campus that's full, but it may be the right campus to put a STEM academy in. So just that should be a criteria, but maybe not a driving criteria for the initial option. 2021 being 2021 school year, while I get that that's when the first classes from elementary STEM will come out, we're talking that's essentially 4 school years from now.
no, it's two school
20,
years.
18, 19.
This isn't.
This is
2021.
It's 2 years
21,
from
22.
2 years. 2 more school years will open.
Right, so we're in a year. Okay, 3. So again, I think we've got to continue to look at our pace by which we're doing some of these things. And I know we looked at elementary and we looked at high school, but I think if we can accelerate the pace, it benefits us.
If we accelerate the pace, we won't have the students that are currently in the elementary STEM academies because they won't be there
Right,
until
but
2021.
Here in option 1, one of the things that we said was welcome students with and without STEM backgrounds.
Yeah, I agree.
So
it does take time to get teachers trained and to write curriculum. I mean, we're asking a lot of these.
I'm not
folks.
saying it's a reasonable request.
Okay.
Write that down.
It doesn't mean that, and I'm gonna say something, just speaking off the shoulder club here, it doesn't mean that some things couldn't be piloted in the science curriculum throughout, not next year, but that next year, that we couldn't pilot some things once we've identified some of those campuses
And I do believe too, Mr. Miller, that what we will learn after our great curriculum folks and teachers write these is that I believe some of that curriculum can be used at other campuses to serve some of the kids that you mentioned at the first. Because, you know, that's always a difficult thing is, you know, while we create these things, there's still a lot of kids that, you know, don't get to participate. So we're always trying to figure out ways that we can broaden that.
For the record, I'm interested in option one. I think that while we could do a lot more research, I'd rather err on the side of everybody being included, and then we figure out ways to address those that maybe it's not a good fit for. The other option has the potential of making, I mean, one mistake for one student is bad, right? So I think better to err on that side. That's the way I would think. What rubric did we have or what have we been doing to kind of measure the students who are at Donald, who were just zoned for Donald and regularly enrolled, and the students that came in for STEM, and how they're performing kind of against each other? Are we doing anything like that? So if I'm just a regular gen ed student, there's no comparison of a kid that's transferred there for STEM or.
Well, we haven't designed any assessment or data metrics to compare the two. We certainly could, because we know what students are at Donald that are there on a transfer that were not part of the zoned campus. We definitely can slice the data that way. We haven't talked about doing that. Doesn't mean we couldn't.
I just wonder, even though the all-inclusive model is, I think, is the way to go, how we're looking at the efficacy of, you know, all the students that are included, right? So
The majority of the students, of course, are students from within our own school district. While we have some students at Donald who are there from outside the school district, the majority are Lewisville ISD students. So they would have been performing somewhere, one of our schools, no matter what anyway. So.
Just a couple more here. I think on the businesses, you know, of course we have to do that. I mean, I just think there's so much pressure on that concept of partnering with the community and businesses that, you know, I think we're still trying to figure out how we're measuring the real effectiveness of that in our high schools, at CTE. Are we getting everybody that we can? Have we made it available? Does the community really know? I mean, I think there are a bunch of things that have to be worked out in that. Once the board actually votes and takes action to do option one, then, you know, we can work that out. But I think that's something that still just needs to be worked out some more. Why would we develop our own science? Are there no science courses out there for us to use?
Because our science curriculum teachers are awesome.
We've always written our own curriculum. We write all the reproducibility of it. I think also there's instructional approaches out there. We found in the research that there are certain types of inquiry that affect. I think that we have great staff. We have a great. Design processes and just
I get that we generally do write our own stuff. I'm just wondering, you know, as we've talked about things like VLA and other topics, where there's an opportunity to reuse something, whether it's foundational or whatever. I mean, one of the things that we didn't hear tonight that we heard in the high school discussion was, you know, there was a lot of there was information presented to us. You know, we looked at the school in Rockford, Illinois, and you know, maybe Detroit or whatever, partnerships with GM. There are a lot of things like that we heard about, and so and with that, those schools had different curriculum or different things that we could use, or like I think some of them even licensed it. Is there an opportunity?
Yeah, so I just think, especially with the sensitivity to the Common Core, while there is not Common Core in science, there are the national standards. And I always think that it's best when we write our own curriculum. We ensure it's 100% aligned to the TEKS, and we ensure that it doesn't have any flavor of inquiry that could be questionable. by our community, and we stay true to the vertical alignment with elementary with the engineering design process. So.
Well, and I think it's important, just while we write our own curriculum, it doesn't mean that we don't use great, incredible resources that are out there, in writing our own curriculums.
Many of the academies also used a curriculum in their electives. Project Lead the Way, it is extremely expensive. And so we felt writing our own curriculum in the science and giving what we know and using our resources, that we could be more cost effective with that.
Okay.
Also, I can add a little bit. When we were looking at all the research, to be perfectly honest, there were aspects that we liked of other things, but for risk of sounding a little bit snobby, we are committed to excellence, and we truly feel like that we could be the trailblazer. We here in LASD most definitely could do a showstopper that's going to top anybody else.
I think that's great, as long as that's not a gating factor in getting this done sooner rather than later, because, I'm all for the kind of not invented here mentality, and Dr. Rapp had to throw out the Common Core thing and back me in a corner on that, but, that's up to you guys. The element where a student can opt out of the PE, that seems to be a bit of a juxtaposition, even with some bills that have been filed in the current session about PE and different things like that. And so, do we really want to go down that path of giving kids an option to not take PE?
Well, I think, if we had our preference, probably we do all of it. But, we've got to find some space, and the third year of PE is an LISD local requirement, not a state requirement. So we're already going above and beyond to have 3 years of PE in middle school. So, yeah, Melanie Vincelette isn't here, with our shack group, or she might, but, we're trying to find what's the balance, and doesn't mean a kid can't be in 3 years of PE, doesn't mean a kid can't be in 3 years of athletics. It just means that it does free up some kids to squeeze in that elective if they don't want to be, where they wouldn't have that flexibility otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm just throwing that out there for us to think about. And I know in the past you guys have gone to Apple and maybe Google, but you go to these engineering companies and you see a large opportunity for them to get some recreation. It could be ping pong, whatever, and so giving kids or parents at the middle school level an opportunity to opt out of that, I'm just not sure. While that's a local policy, maybe we change it, but just food for thought. And then the last thing is, I'm all for the hub buses. I think if we don't continue to do that, especially at the middle school or high school level, then we're just going to lose some students that might not otherwise have the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, any other final comments?
I actually had just a couple of things. It was on the certification, you said vetted by an outside agency or organization. Is it that same pathway that our elementaries took? And so, and it would be about the same, because I talked to some of those teachers about how long that coursework took and stuff. So it would be right in line along with that, and that is probably what we would go with. Is that okay? Because it made it sound like there was a lot of options out there. Okay, that. And then if we do that showstopper, could we sell that like Project Lead the Way? Exactly. So,
We'll see.
It's expensive. I would love for that to be on the mindset of, as we're writing, that if that's an opportunity for us to be a leader, then let's lead and offer that and make some money for the district.
Okay, well, first of all, as everyone has reiterated, thank you again for your time. 7 meetings, so you guys have gotten to know each other very well. But I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate you all giving up your time. So I have a couple of questions. One is, I'd like to know the 29 sites that you all went to, if we could provide that to the board. I think that would be very helpful to know what schools you actually visited. The other question is, did you, when you were asking with the classes that you went to, did you ask about certifications and how that worked within those schools? And were those teachers certified? Was that one of your questions that you asked at the campuses you visited?
We didn't ask specifically certification, we asked about training.
Just training in general? Okay. And then if you could kind of just help me understand, so would this be just science-based, or is this all the subjects that would go into the STEM for all the kids? Just to clarify, just through the sciences. Okay. So then just mostly to plant some seeds for you, Dr. Rogers. So I'm all about the STEM and moving forward with things, but where does this future look at? I mean, how does it affect our high schools, our career center? What do we look like for that? So I'm going to be kind of with Mr. Miller is, you know, I think it's a great program, but I'd like to see some assessments and know some data on, you know, here I'm sounding like Ms. Hassett now, on the STEM academies from Donald and Valley Ridge to see what are the impacts it's making on our students, what are, you know, what enhancements or benefits it's making for them, and how this looks like, so for our middle school.
Yeah, and Ms. Cox, I think while Dr. Rapp talked about, you know, we haven't developed anything specific as far as determining growth student compared to another student, certainly, and this, you know, I remind you, even though it seems like it's been longer, this is the first year for Donald Elementary STEM Academy, but certainly we can create and will a program evaluation. I think, you know, certainly the district, the board needs to know, hey, are these programs working or not? Are they, you know, effective or not? And so we'll certainly.
Yeah, and the thing I would share, you know, one of the things, and I think even back to a couple of TASBs ago, you and I sat in a computer science session, and there's no doubt that there are secondary courses, computer science and programming being one of them, and there's no pipeline from really elementary school to middle school to feed into, and computer science is just one example. I think back to Mr. Feeney with engineering. There's no doubt at the secondary level we have some robust STEM type coursework without a pipeline, and a lot of times by the time they get into 8th grade, that can be too late, and we've lost girls already. You know what I mean, being the former math teacher, what I know is that if you don't get girls into math and science early on, they may never join the pipeline. So I think those are some things we're excited about with this committee, is that we're actually creating that pipeline of learners for the high school courses that we offer. I hope that helps.
No, yes, it does. So another question I'm concerned about is cost. I know you mentioned, Ms. Lewis, just there might be a few things, but a few things add up to a lot of money too. So as we're looking at district and district funds, I definitely would want to know what that cost looks like that we would be purchasing. Then the other thing, and you can allude to this, is I'm really concerned about our fine arts. I'm going to be real honest. Is you can attest to it. Is we have a declining students in our high school, and it's because our kids have so many choices. And I love that we're offering our kids choices. But the more choices we keep offering our kids, the less our kids are getting involved in band, theater, and we want our kids to be engaged in something when they go to high school, no matter what it is, so they have that well-roundedness. And I'm concerned about that, because parents are going to push for the STEM, and then we're not going to be doing some of the other things.
Yeah, and I wish Dr. Coburn was here, because, you know, that's a separate group, but I can promise you, and I know Ms. Lewis and I know Ms. Drinkwater and others have been a part of that discussion on how do we protect those, can't call them core electives, but really electives that really make LISD who we are, you know, so to speak. And so I can promise you that, I mean, you know, we are working at looking at how do we protect those. So it will require probably in the future some you know, decisions by the board as far as, okay, how far do you want to go on that? And but we are concerned too. We want to make sure that there is a good pipeline for our fine arts program.
I'll just
let
add
me
to
finish,
that
Mr. Miller.
is, I mean, we have had a lot of discussion regards to just middle school electives and ensuring that our students are in the 6th grade. We really tried to limit some of our electives to make sure they are kind of filtered into those fine arts specific electives. And because it is a requirement in 6th grade for all 6th grade students, they're getting that introduction that they need in order to gain that interest and that love for the music and or the arts in general. Us removing that elective choice or that additional elective PE elective in 8th grade helps to encourage that continued participation with those students that want to do, the dual language students that want to continue those upper level Spanish, as well as they could stay in the fine arts and participate in a STEM elective. And so we really thought through those things as we were considering, because of that middle school philosophy and allowing that choice. I mean, that was a huge part of our discussion.
And that's no doubt as to why Ms. Drinkwater's on that
That's
group.
correct.
And of course, the leader of the group,
Yes.
we sort of understand
Yes.
her connection to
Yes.
to the music world.
And then my last comment, and I know this really doesn't, this pertains more to the elementary, but I'm curious why we are having to get certifications in our music, our art teachers to have them do a STEM based from the elementary standpoint, because they're already certified in the field that they have. So why would they need to add a STEM base? They need to be teaching art and music too.
So this was just something I saw that had come up recently in questions. And so one of the things that Dr. Coburn and myself, working with Ms. Drinkwater and the assistant chief of schools over that school, talk about what's best in terms of certification of the teachers. It really, like I said earlier, even with the counselor answer, it really is not a requirement. It wasn't a requirement in the national certification, the pursuit of Donald getting the teacher certified, that a certain type of teacher gets certified. So the real conversation kind of becomes, how do you want to engage in the process of this school becoming STEM? And do you want to seek certification as part of that? Obviously, in this model, the science teachers would need to earn the certification. The fine arts teachers are not required to do that. That was not a requirement from Dr. Green when beginning the STEM certification process at Donald. So we'll have further conversation with Ms. Drinkwater about that. There's no doubt, and they've been very intentional, as they spoke to earlier. They have iterated that model that you saw with Model 1, where originally they were going to have an elective be required. And they talked about how that would limit the fine arts. And so that's not something that we want to see happen at the elementary level,
right,
or at the middle school level.
Okay, because I don't know, I just, I have my thoughts about, adding that STEM piece to the art and music class when they're learning so much in there, and then to have to add something on top of that, you're missing the whole art and the music class.
The good news about the way that we've gone about this as a district is the engineering design process is really a problem-solving process for life. While many other school districts have chosen a STEM approach that's really more, and I'm going to say science and look at Jennifer Beimer, and I don't mean that bad, that's very much you're going to do something sciencey. This is more about the engineering design process. And so how I think about problem solving very well applies to the arts, but it shouldn't feel as though it has to be a science project that I'm working on in music class. But all of us can be better problem solvers at the end of the day.
Great. Okay, so I'm not going to make a decision either or because I want some more information. Mr. Miller?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. So, actually, as Ms. Cox brought that up, I'm a little more concerned now. So, when we talked about high school, we talked about academies, not just STEM, but academies. And I think what we're getting into here a little bit is left brain, right brain. So we have, the video talks about helping kids move up in higher level cognitive thinking, etc. And one could debate that, does that only come from STEM, or can you orient from the arts and then add some STEM to it? So it seems to me that we're not fully vetted on which direction we're going to go yet. Is we're a STEM academy and we might have a fine arts elective? Because Ms. Cox is right. We're seeing lower enrollment at the high school level and even middle school level in some of the arts programs. And I'm not sure that's helpful to us.
No, I think what this committee came up with in terms of their recommendation about flipping a whole school really allows students to do what middle school was designed to do, which is explore. It allows us to have a STEM academy because we know we have elementary students in those STEM academies right now. And it allows our students to have the flexibility in their schedule to pursue. It's really a choose your own adventure, but with having the science be built in as the STEM component, it allows them to choose how are they going to explore beyond that. So that's why they are recommending Model 1 and not Model 2.
So, you know, in House Bill 5 years ago with the pathways, we looked at, is it too early as a freshman to make some decisions on a certain direction? We have a video where we have a professional talk about 16's too late to make some decisions, and so it seems to me there's some things we've got to kind of coordinate as it relates to the point in time at which students have to make a decision. So that's just more of a thought. As it relates to measurement, though, I think as you know, there's a lot of research that in the United States, less women are going into STEM. They're less going into that at collegiate level and professional level. And therefore, we're having more students come internationally and take those jobs. And most of those students, based on the demographic, have a strong element of arts with those technical aspects that they bring to it. So just food for thought. But I think we've got to get some level of measurement here. If inspiration towards STEM is a measure, then how do we measure that? If higher level cognitive thinking is a benefit of these programs, then there's a way for us, I would assume, based on some type of cohort or other grade levels across the district, for us to measure that the results of the STEM program are actually, there's some instrument that we can use to measure that.
Sure. So one of the first things we had Dr. Green do is fill out a program evaluation template for elementary STEM. I'd be happy to share that because obviously we've gotten much more sophisticated with deciding the program evaluation characteristics and components as we launch a program rather than several years later. So we have that program evaluation template on file, and the initial metrics that he thought would make sense for an elementary STEM academy, as Dr. Rogers shared, we're just in year 1. So we're learning a lot, and possibly he may see other metrics that we could include, but we're still going to have a ways to go in collecting some of that kind of information.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for all your time.
Thank y'all very much.
Yes.
Great job.
Yes.
We appreciate all your effort.
Mr. Ball, you're up on the finance report.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. And as Mr. John Martin is here from Hilltop Securities, and so as he makes his way to one of these microphones, I would direct the board's attention to the handout that should be on the table. It looks something like this. It's got the wire binding on it, and this is Mr. Martin just provided these handouts for us. And what I would want to do, but before we really begin and Mr. Martin will walk us through these handouts, but what I would want to do is kind of set the context, and that is that we really want to just kind of put these two transactions on the board's radar tonight to think about. Have plenty of time to process them and think through them before we would be back to the board to request the board's authorization to take action on. As you might imagine from watching the news, there's a lot of Twitter activity. There's a lot of world events that could take place between now and June when we would ask the board's authority to proceed with these. But we do want to put it on the radar tonight and answer any questions the board might have and just kind of walk through the process of what the timeline would look like and what the order of magnitude for these transactions. And the other context would be that if the board would recall when the budget was adopted for the current fiscal year, we did earmark $5 million in the debt service budget for the purpose of debt reduction. And so this first item, the defeasance analysis, is really what that's based on. It takes that $5 million and shows you what could be done with it. And so with those two things, just order of magnitude, really three things: the calendar, the order of magnitude look, and then the budget that has this $5 million in it. I'll let Mr. Martin, walk the board through these handouts. And we appreciate all the work you've done, Mr. Martin, in putting all this together.
The handout is, as Mike said, the first part, there's 3 pages, and I'll walk you through because they kind of go in a chronological order. So the first sheet shows you in the red stripe across current debt service schedule for callable bonds. So if you did nothing, this is what is remaining after August 15, 2019. So these bonds are eligible for redemption on August 15th of this year. And so as you look at, there's $10,645,000, and the debt service is a little wonky up there. That's because we've refunded some of these bonds in the past. There's some new money piece to it and so forth. So if you look at these bonds and you look at the interest rates, what we're trying to get to is the optimal. We've got $5 million out of the $10.6 million to spend. So what are the optimal bonds to pull out that we're going to get the most cost savings from? Well, obviously you see that 5% that's sticking out, and then those 4% of the later bonds. The 3 3 1/8 and 3 3 1/4, not so much. But you know, if we had a lot more bigger pot of cash, then we might be able to get to those too. So the second page shows you the debt service on the bonds that we would recommend redeeming. So we take this $5 million you all have as surplus. We notify the paying agent. There's no bond issue or anything like that. You're making a simple 30-day notice to the paying agent that you intend to call these bonds. It's a great deal. So it's a cash defeasance is what it's called. So this takes $5 million, and you're reducing your debt by $1,122,000. That's the interest savings that you have there. And then you look at the next page. That's what's remaining on the old bonds. So we'd leave the 3 3 1/8 and 3 1/4 and a little bit of the 5s. If we can find another $500,000 or so in the debt service fund, we could take care of the rest of the 5s and the 4s there too, and just have these shorter bonds. We looked at the idea of maybe, since you're looking at a potential sale of new money, maybe we combine that with refunding the remaining $5.6 million. The truth of the matter is there's really not enough savings achieved to justify the cost of doing that, because these are 3 3 1/8 and 3 1/4 is the bulk of the debt that's remaining there, and there's really not any savings from issuing debt to do that. So you're better off to let them run or pay cash to do that rather than issuing debt to do refunding bonds like we've done in the past. There's just not a real savings benefit to you. So that's the defeasance part. Does that all make sense what we would do there?
I think it might be good to
Stop with questions.
yes, do the questions on this part first, and then back.
Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Prosnick?
So what is still callable is, after the $5 million, is the 5.645.
The last sheet in that
Right.
section, yes, ma'am.
So is there any benefit at all for the remaining 5% and 4%? Would there be any benefit for us to pay those off?
Along with the
other,
Yeah.
to increase it from that 5 million?
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I was thinking. If we could find another $500,000 or so of surplus to apply towards that, in addition to the $5 million you all already planned set aside, don't know really what you have, but that would make some sense because it's 5s and 4%.
Right.
The 3 and 3 1/8. Well, today your interest earnings that you're receiving is close to probably 2.5%. Mike, what do you think? And what you're getting in your fund balance and so forth. So there's really not a whole big cost there of the interest cost for those remaining bonds, other than those two little pieces that are left.
So if we could find $500,000 on that money tree that we planted out there, that would be your recommendation. Because my understanding is we could, if the board wished to, we could pull that from our fund balance.
The board could authorize that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, would those savings be
approximately the 20,000 or the,
That'd be about another $30,000 of interest a
Yeah.
year that would be saved.
and then over the lifetime of the, if we paid them off, are we looking at like a six, my math is really not very good, but are we looking at about a $600,000 when it says the fiscal total on the right?
I would think another couple $100,000 probably,
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
and we can run it that way for you if you'd like to see it.
Thank you.
Would we have the extra $5 million in our fund balance?
I think we could do the $500,000 comfortably. I think if we tried to take another $5 million out of our debt service fund balance, it would get it to a point where it probably wouldn't be healthy financially.
Do we have any wiggle room? How about the 1.7?
It's really hard to replace the fund balance. Pardon me?
Now I'm shopping about the 1.7.
No, I think a $500,000 is probably about where we need to stop.
The money tree isn't quite mature enough.
It's the only question I had.
Just, so August 15th, what would be the process or timeline if we move forward? Like, when would we have to make the decision and the process for that?
You must be in the GT class because the calendar is our next items.
Sorry about
We're
that.
going to talk about the timeline, but our target would be to ask for the board's authority to do this at the June meeting.
Okay.
There's a 30-day notice requirement, Ms. Timish, to give the bondholders. They have to give 30 days notice that their bonds are going to be taken from them.
So that needs to be,
So we would
Do it in
let,
June, so
we
it's
would let
in
US
July.
Bank know who's the paying agent, by the first part of July that, hey,
Gigs up.
yeah, we're paying off these 5%ers.
Ms. Sells?
My questions were the timeline and making sure that we could have, if we could have this run to take off that 5%, 4%, before we had to vote. So
Yes, ma'am,
I'm
absolutely.
good.
Mr. Miller?
So, jumping forward to the $500,000, can't we just use the BABs for that? Or are you including the BABs in your, available balance in the
Thought we
debt
threw that
service fund?
M&L.
Well, are you talking about the interest subsidy on the BABs, Mr. Miller?
Why aren't the BABs 500,000?
Yeah, but
Well, if you're talking about the interest subsidy, there's been discussion about putting that in the general fund, and one of the things that we have on our horizon before the fiscal year is up is to bring that to the board to get authority to either leave it in the debt service, as has been the practice since they were issued, or move it to the general fund. And so, could that current year subsidy be used for this? Absolutely. But if the pleasure of the board is to put that interest subsidy in the general fund, then the answer would be no. So it's really just comes down to what's the board's preference on that. And so we as always, we're going to do whatever the board directs at that point.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in on that. But if we use the BAB's interest for this year, our fiscal year ends August 31st, and we would be paying these off on the 15th. And then if the board decided moving forward come September 1st that we wanted to use that interest in the BAB's and move it to the general fund, I guess I'm not understanding how that makes a difference. Yeah, because, it's currently in the INS fund, and we would not be moving it until, if the board seeks its pleasure, that would not move until September 1st. Am I incorrect?
No, that is certainly one of the options that the board has. The other option, I guess, that we were thinking of presenting to the board would be to transfer the current BAB subsidy payment to the general fund for the fiscal year ending August 31. So certainly, those are not mutually exclusive. If the board's pleasure is to leave the current year interest subsidy in the debt service fund and use it for this purpose, and then transfer future subsidy payments to the general fund, that certainly is an option that the board has.
And Mr. Ball, on the additional $550,000 that we're talking about for the 90 are you talking about debt service fund balance?
Yes.
So
yes.
Not regular fund
No.
balance.
No, the debt service fund balance.
And that's why we feel like we have room to do that. half a
Thank you for
million.
that clarification.
Well, I knew you had said that, but I just wanted to make sure.
Back to me?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to figure this out because I think that we've got, John, what you put together, and then we've got, what's missing is a side-by-side as it relates to budget. So, Mike, maybe you can help me with this. So, in the debt service fund, federal revenue of $489,807, that's the BABS. That's the
Yes.
interest on, right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's $490,000. The $5 million has been allocated, essentially encumbered in the budget, other financing uses. That's where that
That is
sits?
correct, yes, sir.
So if that's the case, we show total revenue of $144,654,000 and a budget of total debt service expenditures of $143,895, which my non-Dr. Rat math has me at about $700,000 that we have to play with. And I know we don't want to run that to $0 or $1, but it seems that we could come up with $500 or $550 to get this higher interest stuff done off the books, show that we have done some debt reduction. And listen, I get the kind of historical discussions about we're looking at cash flow savings and all that stuff, but this is about a principled approach to paying things off. And it looks like we have a chance at paying more notes
Without replacing with
off.
other debt.
Right. Sorry?
Without replacing with other debt.
Exactly.
Just pure cash.
Exactly. So
And
if
we can do that, Mr. Miller.
Yeah,
If the
that's
board.
what I'd like to do.
Yes, we
Well-
can do that if the board authorizes it.
And I think, Mr. Miller, what we're saying is that we can do that with the existing debt service fund balance and not even touch the interest on the BAS, because really the discussion back when we discussed that was we can move that into the general fund and gain that $480,000, which normally we can't move things from one side of the one pot to the other. So I think you can do both.
Right.
Is
Absolutely.
sort of what our thought is.
So I'm in line with where you guys are thinking, that we've got about $700,000 to play with. We could do both, right? Next year, we could take the BABS money and put it back in the M&O fund if we want, right?
You actually could do it this year
We can do
and
it
future
this year.
years and still do this
Well,
$500,000
The only thing
debt
is you
reduction.
get down to where you only have $200,000 left in this year's budget or $150,000.
But I guess what we're saying, Mr. Miller, is that what's not on that budget that you're probably looking at is the fund balance.
For the debt service.
The debt service fund balance. And if you look at the balance sheet,
Oh, it's not, you're right.
the balance sheet shows about a $42 million fund balance at August 31 in the debt service fund. About $10 million of that is earmarked for the qualified school QSCABs is what we call them. It's
Yeah.
Qualified School Construction Zone Bonds, I believe is what that stands for.
Close enough.
Yeah, and so the way those bonds are set up is we don't make annual payments to the bondholders on those. We make an annual deposit into an escrow account that's held by, I believe well, I'm not going to say the bank's name because I might get it wrong, but a bank holds that escrow account. And so you have to take that $10 million off when you're talking about what is our fund balance. And so, yeah, because it's restricted. And so we have really about $32 million in fund balance that's available in the debt service fund.
So that $10 million, that's what we escrowed last December?
No, we escrow, it changes every year. It started out a little lower. It's escalated now to about $2.5 million a year, if I'm remembering correctly. It's just like you'd make annual bond payments. Instead of making them to the bondholders, that particular bond document requires that those payments be made to this escrow fund, and then when at the maturity date, the bank will disperse that money to the bondholders.
Okay, so you know what would be helpful for next week, I think? Because I think this is helpful summary for the general public. What we're gonna do something we had set out to do with the 5 million. And, okay, then the natural question is, well, what do we have in our checking account or savings account? And what is the budget? And, you know, just kind of a few sentences to provide a narrative around what you just said. If that's not a lot of work, just a paragraph around that would be very helpful. It simplifies it, and it is something that we can reference back to should we ever need to with the public, right? I mean, here's what we did, here's why we did it, had the money, whatever, 32 million, 42 million, whatever, you know.
Easily done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're just showing you the raw math tonight.
Ms. Lazan.
Thank you for this. Raw math makes my head hurt, but I'm glad we have y'all, so that's all I will say. It sounds like I kind of concur with what my fellow board members are saying about paying things off. That sounds like a good idea.
All right. My questions look like it's going to be answered later on because I want to know about the cost it's going to cost us to do this.
To do the redemption? You've got a redemption fee of $300.
Is that the budget?
You got to find it someplace.
We'll all divide it up.
So it's
I'll
five.
go to that money tree.
It's $5,500,000 and $300.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, we don't have to borrow money, so you don't have to pay us, you don't have to pay bond lawyers, you don't have to pay the Attorney General, you don't have to pay the rating agencies. It's a freebie. So,
So that's $300. Okay, awesome.
other than the $300.
That's great. All right, Mr. Ball.
Well, the
continue
next
on.
part of this is a discussion about a potential new money bond sale. And one of the things you'll see in the next, somewhere in the agenda tonight later, you'll see a listing of the proposed year 3 bond projects that totals about just shy of $125 million. And so what this scenario projection that Mr. Martin has is what would it look like if we had a new money bond sale of $125 million this summer. And so that's the next part of this. And part of what he has is he has what that would look like based on today's market conditions, the tax rate impact that would have, an analysis of how we would keep the commitment that we made to the voters to retire the debt consistent with the life expectancy of the technology that's acquired with it. And then lastly, I believe there's a schedule on the cost of issuance that you just referenced, Ms. Cox. So that's kind of the introduction, and I'll let Mr. Martin go through the various pages.
So this is the good old 4 or 5 page analysis that you see from me whenever we do a bond issue. So the first section is the sources and uses of funds, which is a balance sheet. Where does the money come from and where does it go? So the money would come from, we'd issue a par amount of bonds, and this is last week's market conditions. Anything that, remember, these are very preliminary. We won't know until we sell bonds in July. So if you all stick to that schedule. So roughly $112 million, and then there's $14 million of premium in that. So that gets us to a pot of money to play with just under $126 million. The deposit to the project fund would be, we're just using as a budget, $125 million. This is just examples. Of that, we've included roughly $21 million of technology and I believe that is around the amount that's remaining from what has not been issued from that technology portion of the authorization, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what my math says.
That's right.
So then we have cost of issuance that's detailed later. The underwriter's discount, as you all know, that's to pay the underwriters, that's the sales commission and so forth for them to get the bonds offered. The next sheet, you can stop me anytime you want to go through the whole deal here.
Let's keep going.
Just go through the whole.
All right. The next page is really the meat and potatoes page. It's the most important sheet. It's the sideways page. So we have assumed that here we have our existing debt payments. That's if we do nothing. The previously to fees portion, I've just taken about a 10%. I've taken this amount that we were showing what we're saving from defeasing that $5 million in bonds. We're going to defease $5.5 million in bonds, so that number will be a little bit better. So we're going to get a credit, right, for that because we're not paying interest, debt service expense on that anymore. We're going to replace with the new net proceeds of $125 million to the construction fund, and this is what it looks like. You see the interest rates and the yields there, April 2nd market conditions, and we get to the debt service payments there. It's all that $20 million or so that is needed for technology is amortized in the first several years, first 5 years. And we get to the far right-hand column. If we assume growth in our net taxable value of 8%, it puts us about $38.7 billion, then the tax rate would be just over 38 cents, so about a penny and a half is what the $125 million costs. After the defeasance and so forth.
And that also assumes a growth rate of 8% on our property values, and as you might recall, the last couple of years we've had, I think, 10%, a little over 10% one year and a little over 9% the other year. So we believe these are very conservative numbers as well.
And you still have, you look at the combined totals, if you look at the debt service payments there, as typical with LASD, you pay down your debts the first year is the hit, then it starts to decline there, so you have room to continue to issue bonds of the remaining authorization that the voters approved. Really drop off, I mean, the debt services, in the $140 million range through 28, so in 9 years from now, it really drops off to, in the $75 million range and then 30 million, so really have a really nice debt portfolio here. The next page shows you the way the pricing would work on current market conditions. This totals to the TIC, a true interest cost, 3.01%. We lost about 10 basis points over the last week. We gained about 7 basis points the previous week, so it's fairly volatile right now. We just, the stock market is doing things that it shouldn't be doing, that all the economy is saying that the jobs report and so forth should make the stock market go down. It keeps going up. And that's causing pressure on the bond market. Everybody's trying to figure out Brexit, trade tariffs, all these other things. It's not just what we have going on in our country anymore. It's a global economy. So it's very, very difficult to understand and try to figure out predict what's going on in Twitter. The page behind that shows you the technology portion. Again, we feel like there's about $21 million remaining. That just is a prove-up, really, math of showing that would be amortized over the first 5 years. And finally, the last page is the budget of the cost of issuance. Again, we're guessing at some of those, the rating fees and so forth, that always jump right out at you. $100,000 worth of rating fees it's a lot of money to pay those guys for a few hours of conference calls. And then finally, behind the blue sheet is the proposed schedule of events. Again, preliminary draft form. What we're proposing here is to show you all this 4 times. Might be overkill, but we want to make sure everybody understands. So we're here tonight on April 8th with a work session. Come back in a month for another work session. Then ultimately, right before we ask for approval, final work session June 3rd, and ask for approval at that June 10th meeting, where we'll adopt parameters order like you all have typically had and authorize the sale of the bond. Sometime between there, we'll get to have our fund underwriters discussion and who you guys want to use there. And sometime between now and that June 3rd meeting would be helpful to let us know your direction on that. After everything's said and done there, this follows a schedule very similar to last summer's issuance, where we sold bonds right after we came back from Independence Day, and then there would be money in the bank the first week of August. August 6th is what we're timing here. Happy to answer any questions. Behind that sheet is just a little market commentary to kind of give you a few thresholds and so forth of what's going on with interest rates in the bond market.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Hassett?
No, I guess no questions.
We've definitely got 3 other times to ask them too, so.
Exactly.
I'm sorry,
Ms. Timish?
I couldn't hear what she said.
No question, yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
Ms. Timish?
And is there anything in the market that would swing it, that would make, is there a tipping point that we would need to look for that would change this?
tipping point, I think, would be your call more so than mine. How bad do you need the money? How bad do you need these proceeds? You know, if we have a run up in interest rates, if that were to happen, you know, would you all want to, you know, would we want to postpone? We could certainly do that.
I just didn't know if
because
like the
it's
interest.
new money. It's not like a refunding where it's just kind of bonus, and you know, these are projects that you all are trying to get done and meet the expectations of voter approval. So, you know, interest rates are still very strong here. We're hearing from the Fed, no more rate increases. That's on short term. Normally, that's good for even long term rates too. The rates are pretty flat right now, so almost inverted in some cases. So, hard to answer that question, Ms. Timish.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, obviously, we're gonna, with our technology, we're committed to retiring that. So I just didn't know if with the pendulum swinging.
Well, you know, I
if
mean, you
there's-
look to the far right-hand column and you look at what what happens to that tax rate bump.
That's what I was looking
That's
at.
a politically sensitive piece, I would think, in terms of what's it going to cost our citizens. So,
And the other thing I might add, Ms. Timish, is if the reason we sell bonds in July typically is because once they're sold, those bonds can be included in the truth in taxation calculations, so that a sufficient tax is levied that year to pay the debt service that would be due that first year. We could sell bonds in February or sometime after in mid-year. When we do that, then the payments that are due that first fiscal year have to be taken out of the fund balance in the debt service fund, and it's hard to recover that. And so there have been cases in the past where we have sold bonds during middle of the fiscal year, but it's in the environment we're in when we take money out of fund balance, there are very limited to no opportunities to put it back. And so that's one of the reasons why we recommend the midsummer pricing with funding in August.
Thank you.
Ms. Hells?
Is there any legislation that's out there right now that would affect any of this?
We don't think so.
That's what I'm
John and I
asking.
were talking about that this morning, that as to the best of our knowledge, as we sit here tonight, the debt service tax levy has been left out. I think it's been discussed and maybe put in and taken out, but as we sit here tonight, we don't believe that there's any legislation out there that would prevent doing what's in these scenarios.
And then, since this is the first time we're seeing this, and so I don't have something to go back to reference on, just want to make sure that this tax increase is in line with what we told our voters when we called that 2017 bond package.
And it is. I think the maximum that we told the voters would be about 44 cents. So this is about 6 cents below what we projected at the time, and so we're well within keeping our word to the voters.
Questions? Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
So I think there are a couple things. One, that 44 cents was based on a 6% growth rate?
8.
No.
I don't recall the assumption that was used in that, Mr. Miller. We certainly will get that and have that for the board's analysis the next time
Call
we.
the election. You mean what
Yeah.
would you? Okay. Yeah, I can't remember.
So I think this is the.
And we use 5% interest rates too, or 4.5% interest rates, I think.
Right, so the 44 cents was like a worst case scenario. We're
Yes.
6 cents under, but if you're sitting in our shoes politically, you're raising the tax rate. And property values, our estimate here is 8%. The two toxic things as it relates to property values right now are the valuations and the tax rates that political subdivisions apply. So what we're looking at here is assuming an 8% increasing the tax rate, the levy, and I get the truth in taxation piece, but I think it still begs the question, do we need the money yet? I mean, where are we at against the first year that we sold, and do we actually have to have the money? And, you know, is there a formula we could run that says, what would it look like at 8%? What amount of money should we sell bonds for assuming 8% growth rate in the valuation and a current tax rate.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, you know, a couple things. One, the community, when they voted 62%, they approved the highest possible tax rate to allow the district to sell those bonds. So, yeah, if this scenario works out, it's $0.015 more than what we're current. But if you remember, I mean, because of taxable values, I mean, we came in way under what was projected and very conservative as far as from year to year. The second thing is y'all are going to get a chance to look at year 3 projects in a few minutes, and you know, a lot of those projects are 20-year refreshes, which is part of the facilities assessment tool. So, you know, but ultimately the board can decide what projects you want on the list and what not, according to, you know, how much money you want to sell bonds for. So that's certainly y'all's prerogative.
So, I appreciate the perspective on maybe how you thought the voters voted. I think what the voters actually did not get into, well, I'm voting at 44 cents max and thought about that. I think what they voted on was the projects and putting the faith in the Board of Trustees to make the best decision for them to be very responsible on that tax rate. And I think what's missing right now is, do we need the money? Like evidence that we actually have to have the money, because if you look at 126 million and that difference, that tax rate, there's got to be a number that says if you go to 120 million instead of 126, you could keep the tax rate flat. And so then it begs the question, does that 6 million mean that we have to cut a project or delay a project, or have we been very responsible and saved money so that we don't need that 6 million right now, and if we need it next year, we can still sell it based on what the voters did approve?
Could we do that math? Absolutely. We could make an assumption about what the we'd have to make a couple of assumptions there. We'd have to assume a property value growth rate, and we'd have to also assume an interest rate, and we could do the math on what would be the principal amount of a new money bond sale that could take place with no tax increase. I don't. John may be way better than me at math. I'm sure he is, but I doubt that either one of us could answer that off the cuff tonight. But we certainly could do that math and have a number for the board's consideration. One of the things that we are considering is that we've got some of the most major projects of the entire bond campaign underway, and they are $50 million projects each, some of them, and so those, and you're going to see here in a few minutes some photos of some of those projects underway, and so those bills are going to start coming in, and we're going to have to pay those costs. And so part of the we don't want to be in a situation where we get a pay application from a contractor and don't have the cash to pay it and have to say, sorry, we'll have to wait till February when we can sell bonds. And so we're trying to stay ahead of that a little bit and not put the district in a spot where we come up short when these contractors submit a pay application.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but that's a bit abstract for me. You know, we know approximately when those bills are going to be due, what we're liable for, where those projects are at, and it seems to me that, and by the way, it seems to me that the formula is fairly simple to run because there's not any variables. We already know the interest rate assumption we're making. We already know the increase in the valuations that we're making, 8%. We know what the tax rate would be. That you take those three numbers and you put it in a formula, and it comes up with how much money.
Certainly, we can do that fairly easily.
And then match that against what you just said as it relates to those projects. And so what I'm getting to here, I want you guys to put yourself in the 7 of our shoes in August when we're voting on the tax rate. Right? And we need to, at least for me, see this a little more empirically around why we would make that very politically charged vote, which you know, as soon as someone hears that rate go up, we're going to hear about it. In the current environment we're at, coming off the legislative session. So, and the other thing is, I know you guys are assuming nothing happens to the legislative session, right? So, I guess we'd know in a couple months, and we can modify. At what point, if the legislature does some type of cap, at what point can we make some adjustments when we're trending towards a July?
Well, Mr. Miller, sine die is May the 27th, so we will know by that point what the legislature has or has not done. And I think our target is to seek the board's approval in an action item at the June board meeting, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is June the 3rd, is the first work session, and then the 10th is the regular meeting. And so really we would have until June the 10th for the board to take action. And part of that action would be to set the parameters by which the board would authorize the administration to make the decision, the go, no-go decision, if you will, depending on what might happen. I mean, the board would have information on what the market is up until June the 10th, and then based on that, there'd be some parameters to set for the administration to make the decision, let's do it or let's don't do it if we're in these parameters. So I guess in answer to your question, when would we know? I think we will know what the legislature has done before that June meeting.
So we have 2 months and a couple days to ultimately make the decision of what we want to do as it relates to the sale.
And this is all very, very preliminary. And this is just a what if. What if you did 125 million, of which 21 was technology?
And that's really the objective tonight, is to get this on the board's radar, find out what information the board would like to have in order to be able to make that decision in June. And so certainly the feedback you're providing us gives us great information about how we can provide more data for the board at the next 2 opportunities we'll have to discuss this.
We can help with the presentation there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Lasan?
Remind me, Mr. Ball, if you know the answer, great. We get the first look at the tax rolls, if I'm correct, towards the end of April. They are not remotely, they have not been accurate in the past, but that is when we get our first look, correct?
We actually Friday, I get weekly updates beginning last Friday was the first one, and they will email us weekly until April 30th is when the law requires them to deliver the preliminary tax roll, and then they continue those weekly updates normally through at least through the month of May. There's been a year or two when they've continued those through the month of June, and there's been another year where they kind of went radio silent all summer, and then just July 20. But July 25th is when they are required to give us the certified tax roll. And so the one report that we got on Friday, there's really nothing. No indicator that it would be significantly different from the prior year. In fact, it was fairly consistent with what we saw in the first report that we got last year. So I don't really have any information to report that it's off the chart one direction or the other. It's really kind of right in line with what we've seen in the past.
And I'm just looking at this, and this does not make a decision of whether we do a negotiated or a competitive sale. Am I correct? I mean, it looks negotiated.
It does not make a decision. Okay. If you were to ask me what my recommendation would be today, I would say we should do a negotiated sale. When you see interest rate movement of 5 basis points one way or another each week, it's to do a negotiated sale.
And one of the things to just pat John on the back a bit about the negotiated sale last July, when we did that sale, we sat in John's conference room with the underwriting team, and we were able to actually make some adjustments in the middle of the sale that stimulated a little more interest in certain maturities later in the issue that enabled us to really, I think, get a better deal. And we wouldn't have been able to do that had it just been a competitive sale. Just here's what we'll take, and that's it. So we had a great sale. In fact, I think it's even been talked about in the underwriting community about what a good sale that was. And that was because we had the opportunity to sit there and respond to the bids as we saw them coming in.
Okay, and my questions have been answered, so thank you very much, Mr.
Can I ask you
Martin.
one question? Are you going to watch House Bill 2's amendments?
House
They should
Bill-
be filed tomorrow, and then the floor debate is, in case it pops up. Do you watch that?
We've provided a half dozen different floor amendments so that we're hoping that somebody will listen.
You have?
Yeah.
Will you send that to the board?
But the schools are out of it.
Well, yeah, for now, until the amendments come out.
Yeah. I mean, as the committee substitute is right now, which involves cities and counties, I mean.
For now.
Yeah, and they're trying to put, the current bill has debt as part of the rollback.
Right.
Which is a huge issue.
Right.
So we certainly want to leave schools out of that.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Mr. Ball proposed year 2017 bond
Rubbing it in.
projects and architectural selection.
Okay, Mr. Fite's making his way to the microphone, and this is the list we just talked about, or we didn't talk about it, we referred to it, I guess. And so Mr. Fite has the year 3 project list that's being proposed for the board's consideration next week. So with that, Mr. Fite.
Sure. So as you can see on the list, most of the items on the list are really from the facilities assessment. A few of the 20-year refreshes. We did look at pulling up the Flower Mound and Hebron High School 20-year refreshes. And the idea there is we really think, we've gone to the 2-year model with the elementary schools, and that's helped us a lot just with the sheer amount of work that has to take place. But we really feel like, and this is just for phase 1 of Hebron and Flower Mound, that's so much work. You'll see the dollar amounts there. We really feel like we should take 3 summers to tackle that. So we've pulled that project up. It originally was not slated in year 3, so we pulled that up and hoping to take care of some issues in those schools in summer 1 that'll make a big impact. So with that, you'll see a few Lewisville High School projects. Our thinking there was to, again, for economy of scale, just to pull all those projects together. And there was a couple of those that were a little bit later in the bond, but we thought it's better to just design those all at once and get one contractor, have that consistency there. So with that, any questions y'all have on the list?
Yes, so I'm just, remind me, and I see that there's some differences between the Flower Mound refresh and the Hebron refresh, and we've gone over and over about the Hebron bathrooms for years. Remind me where they fall in this refresh?
Sure. So the bathrooms are in, but the difference in price between Hebron and Flower Mound, great question, is Hebron High School had a classroom addition built in 2004 that Flower Mound had before that, and so that classroom addition obviously is not 20 years old yet, would be in the next bond, and so it's really just a difference in square footage on the classroom wing.
So that's no problem. I just want to make sure that we're not
Absolutely.
saving money cutting bathrooms.
No, ma'am. No, this would be full scope, HVAC, flooring, paint, casework, everything that we typically do in a 20-year refresh. It's just simply that one section of the school is just not 20 years old yet.
Okay, and then some of the things that we talked years ago, Randy, was even trying to provide additional bathrooms, just because the way that one specific campus is used, the theater, all the fine arts use, they get overused, and so there was originally talk about trying to add more bathrooms. Is that still a discussion?
Certainly something we can look at, and we definitely will look at that as we start to assess the building and work on that design.
Because that campus is different than all the others, because when you're trying to go to a fine arts, the kids are changing in there, and it just is, they're overused. So when do you, this is project 3, when do you start having those discussions?
Well, so really this list here, and as we're going to take this to you guys next Monday night, hopefully for approval. This really just allows us to get started, get the architects on board, and then we hope to have some conversations with some of the campuses before the summer breaks, but it really gives us time over the summer to start talking about programming, design, assessment, things like that. So we took the list to you guys about this time last year for year 2, so it takes some time to get designs rolling and sort through everything. But I've made a note of that. We'll definitely look
It's also, Ms. Tim, it's important to note that we're using the term estimated cost there and not budget, because the budget's not determined until the board says, here's the GMP and all that. So certainly this is the time, if we want to have a discussion about increasing the scope to add some restrooms. Part of that discussion would be, what does it cost, and do we have is it even possible to add them somewhere? And so this is a great time to really have that discussion.
And then I don't know if this would be too far in the weeds, but since we're refreshing two of our high school campuses, one of the issues that has come up is just, honestly, the kids vaping in the bathrooms, and then how are those bathrooms then monitored or not used? Are we looking at these refreshes, at how they're built, or how we can potentially try to help partner with our campus staff to try to prevent that as much as possible?
Again, typically our starting point is just building component replacement based on facility assessment. However, as we go out to the campus, start to talk to them about other issues, we always try to look for improvements when we can. So that challenge you brought up is an interesting challenge, and something that architecturally we'd have to see what could be done. I'm not quite sure what the solution would be for that.
And I as a parent, I don't know what the solution is, but I'm just wondering if there's something that, if we've got two major campuses, is that something that we can consider?
Right.
So, and I'm sorry, I was trying to write down and listen. You said you moved some projects up. Remind me which projects you moved up to your 3?
So really, the two that you were speaking of, Hebron and Flower Mound, were a little bit later in the bond, and then I believe it was the Lewisville High School football press box and turf replacement. Our thinking was, if we're going to be working on the ancillary buildings around the stadium now, it makes sense to do all that at one time, especially design-wise.
Especially that press box. Yeah, yeah. I really appreciate that. And then just balancing out. I mean, again, just the architects. We always look at that they're in agreement that they can handle the project that balanced out with what they have.
Yes, ma'am. So they're both here in attendance tonight, and both doing a fantastic job for us. We always look to try and balance things out, and you'll notice that while the dollar figure may not be half and half, I mean, you've got to remember that, like the Hebron and Flower Mound, if it really is a 3-summer project, that cash flow is over 3 years. So there's, over the life of this 5-year bond is really where we look to hopefully balance things out.
Okay, because I just know they have a lot of projects. I want to make sure that we're not overloading one over the other.
That's it. Tish. Ms. Hells?
I just was kind of along the lines, wanting to know that difference, and then also just a statement that as we're looking at the ag barn expansion, as we are, the greatest community thing that we have out there, you cannot find parking, and so I just want to make sure that parking is on the radar of when we do that expansion, that we look at ways to, when we're talking about community partners, it's really hard to bring our community into our facilities when they have no place to park, and it's cumbersome to just get, and for older people like myself who tend to fall and break bones, it's cumbersome to walk along those edges and stuff, and so just a thought for that. And also on the playground replacements, if we've had something that a PTA has provided, are we necessarily replacing those, and we're keeping the list of those, I know.
Right.
Just wanted to make sure that we're not encumbering something that we did not, as a board, make a standard.
Right. It's a great question, and one that we struggled with a little bit during the bond planning, to be honest with. You get some campuses that have a shade structure, some that don't. And so from an ed spec standpoint, are we providing it or are we not? Historically, PTAs provide shade structure. And so what we've been doing is working, as we've replaced the playgrounds the last couple of summers, we've been working within the confines of the existing shade structure that's there, not replacing it, but working on the placement of the new playground so that we maximize the covered area. So that's a long way of saying we're typically not replacing the items that the PTA has been providing. It's basically a standard playground package.
I love my PTAs and I love what they do, but I don't want to make opportunities that are given to some kids become through just over a course of time our ed specs. Right. So, okay.
And Ms. Sells, I do need to be clear, the ag barn expansion, certainly that $693,000 does not include, increased parking, because you're going to add a lot of money for that. Now, I think there will be And we're not actually increasing the parking right now, even when we do redo Lisdola, but I think there is some economy of scale that we could try to create.
And I realized that, I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
if we had an option to do that expansion, not smack dab in the middle of parking that exists, to take that other option.
To make it worse.
Yeah, I don't want any less space.
Yeah, I don't think,
You know what I mean?
we're not
Because it
gonna,
would be easy to push out some of those barns front,
yeah, we're not taking
because
existing
then
parking.
there is things that happen in the back. I mean, they do corral that and have showcases and stuff, and so, you know, there's gonna be a balance there, and I just wanna make sure that
Sure.
all that is taken into consideration.
Okay.
Mr. Millen?
Yeah, so, I'm gonna talk about the bathrooms. So, Randy, I think this was actually a big issue for you, Keith. So, Flower Mound and Hebron bathrooms have been controversial. Who's got the better bathroom setup, et cetera. I would advocate for looking at the design of adding a bathroom at Hebron. But I will tell you, having gone out there and looked at it with the campus leadership, I think you're gonna be in a tough position. The way that that's designed, the way the fine arts area is designed. But I would advocate Ms. Timish's request to take a look at that. The other thing is, we've also gotta start looking at with campus leadership and program leaders, what they let students do. I mean, if you look at Flower Mound, you hear about kids with extension cords and that type of thing, and you go to Marcus, kids are changing in classrooms and people are walking in. These things, when you decompose this, there are issues at every campus around how kids are changing for different programs, that type of thing. That said, I think the Hebron thing has a unique attribute as it relates to the complexity of the bathrooms. But I just want to reiterate, I think you're going to have a hard time putting a bathroom in there in a cost-effective way. And so the short-term issue should always be, which is not facilities, that we talk to the programs about what they're doing and how they're doing it to reduce some of the risk and exposure that's created by running extension cords and those types of things. And that happens at Hebron and as well. So I think it's a real issue, but we're looking at, is it cost effective? We need to look at, is it really cost effective to add this versus making some program changes that might be, at least in the short term, a way to accommodate some of the issues. I could tell Dr. Rogers wants to say something.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, I think you bring up an excellent point. I will tell you, while we're talking about Hebron and Flower Mound, there are not better restrooms at the other three high schools as far as even around their auditoriums, and so I think what we're talking about that we'll have to come back to y'all, which is this needs to be an ed spec change. If we're gonna make these changes at Flower Mound and Hebron, which is fine. I agree that we need more restroom space, and I think we all do. But there's not more restroom space at the other three high schools either for those kind of activities.
Yeah, and when we talked about this with the elementary bathrooms, that we had some issues with, I think we did some early things on a few years ago. These bathroom refreshes are not really, gonna be like, everybody's like, wow, this is awesome. These are tile changes, maybe some, stalls, maybe some different masonry or, sinks. This is not going to change any functional issues in the current ed specs. So it is an additional request, although I think we should take a look at it, and, start to see how we could accommodate some of this, if we can. There might not be a good business case here, and it might just be, the way it is, and we've got to make some program changes.
No, I have faith in our architects. It's gonna be a while. So, but you're right, we're not.
Oh, you mean the optics of the bathrooms?
The optics of the bathrooms are gonna look so much better, I can promise.
Ms. Lasan?
The only question I have, is so, this is a little bit Mr. Ball too. So we're looking at roughly $125 million in projects. And this bond sale that is coming up is for about, what do you say?
126.
Okay, and so but there was technology in there as well, and so that's, help me out, you see what I'm saying, because that's like, what, 20
there's, the deposit to the projects fund that we would be proposing is $125 million from the sale this summer. Of that, about 21 million is technology. So that gets you what, 104, 101, I guess. No, it's 104 available for construction projects. So, and that would be the last sale that would involve technology, I believe.
I think, Mr. Ball, what she's asking is the year 3 project list that you put up adds up to 124.7, but it doesn't show a line item for the technology. So really the estimated total of these projects, with the exception of the technology, is 21 million less. I mean, they have that worked into the total.
And that goes back to the cash flow conversation that was brought up earlier. We try to look at cash flow, like we mentioned, you know, if you take Hebron and Flowerman and they're over 3 summers, you know, the cash flow of that project is over time. So we always try to take a look at that.
So Mr. Colbeck, this is not, iPads, the 21 million that we're about to sell for technology?
It is, because what Mr. Colbeck's got a proposal coming, I think is a discussion item next week.
Oh, I know,
maybe,
yeah, I know.
is it an action item? It's about $11 million, as I recall, and I'm kind of shooting from the hip here, but it's an 8-digit number that's coming to the board a week from tonight.
Okay.
And that cash flow will be fairly immediate. I mean, it will be probably before the end of this fiscal year.
We already sold the bonds that will go towards.
I'm sorry.
Have we already sold the bonds for what we're about to purchase?
Well, we've had 2 bond sales, and in the first one, I believe we took half of the technology allotment and earmarked it for technology, and made sure that we amortized that over the 5 years. We took another part of it last summer, and then this 21 million that Mr. Martin referred to tonight would be the total of the technology commitment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for translating for me.
Well, I think what's confusing is that, to your point, we have year 3 projects and year 3 bond sales. Those don't line up identically.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Which is fine, which is just causes a little confusion that, you know.
No, you're right. You're right.
Figure out
That's
that
correct.
Yes, okay. That's all I got, thank you.
Ms. Prosnick?
Okay, so my question comes in when you say you like to stay on one place one time. The Bridalwood playground replacement is a year 3, but the 20-year refresh is a year 4.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so good question. So some of it has to do with economy of scale, what type of project it is. When it comes to that playground replacement, really we're looking for advice from our grounds manager on which playgrounds just simply can't make it another year. And I think Bridalwood is that next one that needs to be replaced. Just for, you know, playgrounds can become a big safety issue. So we didn't feel like we could push that. And then on the 20-year refresh, we've been trying to stay with the, you know, a little cleaner on the years and when those are due based on the assessment. So.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. I will say perhaps some of the Hebron relief will actually come in year 4 projects, which are the black box theater projects, because for the bathrooms, because my experience with those bathrooms it's just that they are used for more than just the purpose for which they were intended. And I think that once we make changing rooms available, et cetera, I think that some of that extra wear and tear will go away. And so for Lewisville High School, the only thing that was on the year 3 projects originally was the ancillary buildings. And so you just you moved up from the year 4. Did you move anything down to year 4 from year 3?
Yes, ma'am. I think Dale Jackson was shown as year 3, and you know, the need for that won't be, you know, the new career center will be open August of 2020, so really we can afford to kind of bring that this time next year.
And that's the only thing?
I believe so.
Because we moved Josie Lane to year 4,
for, correct? From year 2?
Just the construction. So we left the design, we're completing the design now. We're almost done with it. So really it was just kind of delaying the construction start. So our plan for that is still to bring the GMP this December.
For Josie?
Yes, ma'am.
I could not find on my list, it does not mean it does not exist, the distribution center and transportation renovations.
Okay. So I actually added the word transportation center because it was a little confusing.
Okay.
Most of the renovation actually occurs. So this is the distribution warehouse over on Railroad Street, I believe it is there. Yeah. And half the building is the transportation offices and half is the distribution center warehouse. Most of the renovation money is really more towards the transportation office side for ADA upgrades and things like that. There are a couple of small assessment items, some electrical and things.
Okay, that was a year 5 project.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So great question. Thank you for pointing that out. I think the problem there that's been brought up every year really is on the transportation side and the need for the ADA accessibility improvements in that side of the building.
The restrooms, if we're going to talk about restrooms, the restrooms there are terrible.
All about the bathrooms.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then you brought up the rest of Lewisville, you brought up the distribution center from future years,
Yes, ma'am.
and you brought up
Hebron
the
Flower.
Hebron and Flower Mound 20-year refreshes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just trying to follow.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And push back.
And you push back Jill Jackson.
Right.
And just because I, of course, pulled up the year 2 project list, just for my peace of mind, I'm assuming we are not replacing the lighting of the SSAB.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Just making sure.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Ms. Hassett?
No question.
You? It's me. Okay, so just a couple of questions. Are we required to have an architect on every project? Because I'm curious why we would have one on a playground.
Generally, yes, ma'am. I mean, generally, even on the playgrounds, I mean, with the site work and things that take place there, from a civil standpoint, ADA accessibility standpoint, we've typically used an architect for all those projects.
So are we just like replacing the playground, or are we getting all new equipment and
Yes, ma'am.
new
All new.
layout, and it's going to be put in different spots?
Exactly, all new layout. It's typically a new layout because the style of playground is different now. We're also replacing the curbing around the outside and improving the ADA access into the playground. So it's a pretty. We typically replace everything, even the 5-bar, the mulch that's around the playground that gets replaced.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So since the architects are here, I presume, so just to throw it out there, when we are doing the ag barn, I would highly recommend that we do a big assessment on the ventilation and the water runoff, because it is a huge problem out there at the ag barn with flooding and all that. So, and the ventilation is not good in the barn.
Does it smell like animals?
It smells good. Okay. Thank you. No other questions? Mr. Ball, you're up for update on Hebron High School practice field redesign, multipurpose, and indoor athletic center projects.
This is the Mr. Fight show tonight. He continues to be at the microphone. And so without any further ado, Randy, take it away.
Absolutely. So, and you'll see an image of this in just a minute in the presentation. But basically what this is just a discussion item to talk about. This time last year when we brought the year 2 list for approval, it did not include the practice field redesign. So the practice field redesign was originally, I believe, shown as a year 5. And at that time we didn't really know what the master plan, so to speak, of Hebron High School was going to look like. Once the multipurpose and indoor athletic center projects got approved and we got the architects on board, we tasked them with, okay, can we fit everything on the current site, and not have to go across 544 for safety reasons. Thankfully, they were able to come back to us and say, yes, we can. We can fit it all on our current site. In order to do that, the existing tennis courts will have to be relocated, and they will move down to the practice field area. And then that practice field redesign, which was already a bond project, we'll do that at the same time. And so the practice fields will go from 3 to 2, just like the other high schools have. And you'll see this on the site plan here in a minute. So all this is a discussion item to just make you aware that when we bring the GMP next month, it will include the practice field redesign with that project. So, and we'll need to bring up the associated funding with that. So the associated funding that was originally earmarked for practice field redesign will need to be part of the GMP.
Do you have pictures? Is that what you said?
That's the next step.
Next,
Oh.
yes, ma'am. On
Okay.
the next one. Sorry.
Let's see it.
All right.
All right. So we want to ask the architects.
I've seen this.
You're gonna go check the school.
Intermission.
Yeah, you,
Yes, Tracy.
it hasn't started yet.
Oh, I thought it started at 8.
Jeff thought 8:20.
Then we'll break.
Somebody please update Ms. Tenish.
No, and then we'll break.
Jason, we're gonna start at 8:40? Oh, no. Miller.
Yeah, we do need to get y'all on the microphone.
Yes.
You're
So,
not gonna
because we're
watch it.
archiving
You better
this, and
not.
there may be somebody
I will
listening
throw things
online.
at you.
I'm not watching it. It didn't work.
I will start chucking stuff.
We won't make you sing.
I tried.
Duly noted. Headlights.
Yeah, just one of us.
Okay, we're ready.
Very good. Well, I'm not a Red Raider, so I can be here all night if you guys
No,
have. I'm an
No,
Aggie.
Mr.
I don't care
Aldis.
how this game goes.
that might get you in trouble.
Sorry, shouldn't have opened with that. Hedrick Middle School, you guys will remember we talked about this. In fact, you referred to it back when we were here in November. There's not a lot to show you in way of difference other than site plan. If you remember, I was here last time and I alluded to changing site plan. This is that site plan I was referring to. A little hard to see in the detail, but you probably have a better image on your screen. You'll notice now there's really 2 front entry driveways. Again, we have to make use of the 2 existing drives off of Bel Air. The one to the west we're now dedicating as the bus entry and drive. And you can see the queuing lane on that side. We don't have a whole lot of buses. You know your number count at that campus, and a lot of them either walk or are delivered by car. But even so, this gives us a sizable amount of stack off-street now. We've left that decel lane along Bel Air. That will become the parents' decel lane, but you can see where they enter is at the far eastern end now. We've actually moved them as far away from the bus entry as we can, which allows us to take a single drive aisle down and then back to the west and then back to the north and circle all the way around. If you've ever been around Hedrick in the morning, this is my morning commute. So this is going to be fantastic. If you look at your queue length now, I mean, that queue lane is still there, but essentially it represents about a
Point with your
third.
pointer.
So the queue lane now is really this, and I say that, that's where people are supposed to queue, but you know how that works, right? A random bus parks there in the morning and then parents can't. And so really parents kind of queue in this existing parking lot, and the length of their queue is almost relates to here, and they drop off kind of at the existing building. That make more sense on that slide. So really, parents queue about this length right now, and they'll double and triple stack in that aisle. And the staff does a great job. Not criticizing that. They do a great job of clearing it out quickly. But if you just look at that for scale, we will still have this queue lane. There is no reason for a bus to queue here because these buses should be entering here. And if there is more than one bus at a time, there's still 5 buses worth of stack length in that bus drop-off aisle entirely. And the cardinal rule is you never want to mix parents and buses. Hard to do when you only have access from one street, so it's a little bit challenging. But I think one of the benefits of building behind the existing buildings is we end up with this nice front yard when we're done. So that gives us a chance to rework that drop-off. So bus and parent is the simplest way to think of it. But if you look at your stack, like I said, it's about 3 times your current stack. So fairly confident that we get them off the street. Really, some of our staff will be back here, staff and deliveries, but honestly, some of our staff will be in front as well. It depends on where they're serving on which end of the campus. Beyond that, this is very similar to the site plan that you saw last time. I think Randy has us refreshing your memory because you'll have a GMP in front of you this next board meeting for the project. So very much has stayed the same. We've made some minor tweaks as we talked to you last time. We went back again with all the different groups. Athletics has made a few changes. We're working through nurse's office changes, a few other things. But ostensibly, the bulk of the building is still the same. We pointed out to you guys last time these kind of specialty spaces of computer labs and applied engineering labs. They kind of have a space of prominence in the center of the building, and that may key in other conversations that you were talking about earlier. Those would be kind of prime spaces for that. But just to remind you of kind of the overall look of the building as well, we did make one change where you had some commentary last time about this being glass, so we took that community room wall up as brick for the first 3.5 feet.
Nice.
And then we've been through the whole glass discussion, and we'll go into that, but, so that's one of the changes we've made since last time. And you can tell in this image, the front drive has been modified, so really, this car is illegally parked in the bus yard. When you render a bus, it tends to block the building, and so nobody ever you notice none of us ever put buses in our renders. So that's fairly accurate. This is still, it's inaccurate. It's got the front one, but this shows you that separation. So really, you now have kind of this large yard space, and we talked about that last time of a sidewalk down there. We've kept the sidewalk along the side of the parent drive because that lines up with the main crosswalk that's on Bel Air now, where everybody is very accustomed to crossing the street. We've left that there, and bringing that around, I've left you some room to the east side for kind of a community playground or park space up on the far northeast corner of the site as well. So have been able to put to use the extra space that you pick up by moving the building back again. Sorry, I'm going backwards. Imagery's a little more developed than you saw last time, but again, to point out, really the computer and applied engineerings are intended to be kind of the centerpiece of the building right off the dining space. They've got great visibility. So whatever programs are in there, they really become a focal point for that campus, and reminding you of those flex spaces or collaboration spaces that are in those kind of those triangle shapes that we showed you in the plan. Last time we have worked out power, furniture, and all of that, but this gives you an idea and a feel for those spaces again. This one is kind of the smaller one that allows us to look back into that enclosed courtyard that's behind there. We did add some landscaping elements after our conversation last time so that the courtyard from the rear is not vehicular accessible. So it's more blocked off, so there really can't be any intrusion on that southern side as well, based on what you had comments for last time. So that was it on Hedrick. Unless you have further questions, you probably do, but I'll leave that to you.
Ms. Sells?
Can you go back?
Sure. Plan?
So that wall back there was not there before, correct?
Which
Or
one?
have you extended?
The blue wall?
Yeah,
This-
out in the courtroom, or courtyard,
Into the courtyard space?
yeah.
This is actually the same render as you saw the last
it
time,
is
if
the
I
same
remember
render.
correctly.
So what have you added back there to the courtyard to make that not
So
accessible?
in plan, and it won't show up here, but on site plan, remember there was discussion last time about being concerned that you'd be able to kind of get through here, because there's a drive aisle back here. So in the landscaping now, we've actually added some large stones that block that, so there isn't an ability to drive into that back courtyard. There's some concern about securing it.
But we're still taking into
Yes.
consideration safety and security,
Right.
lighting and things
Right.
like that.
It's still an open, when you're in the dining space, you have that glass facing that space, so there was some concern about making sure that it was still a fairly secure space from the outside. So that's what I was referring to. It's nothing that you're gonna notice in the, once you're in the space, it will be unobtrusive as well.
How big is this park?
This space, hard to quantify, but if I look at like a parking aisle that's 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, it's about 60 feet. So that's probably about 200 by about 300 in this direction. And that's,
And it will just be.
yeah, it's
display-
actually, Randy's right. It probably is. It's actually a little larger, I think, than this, because our drive aisle is really gonna go down here. So it probably sits in this zone. So if you, that current staff parking that's up in front, maybe about 30% larger than that space that's there now, roughly.
And there won't be equipment there, it will just be an open space to, they could do, like,
That's
kickball. What I'm trying to, is that a safe place? How are we gonna?
No, and Ms. Sells, this is the space that we've had conversations with the city of Lewisville. So I think, and I haven't seen any design plans on what, but this is meant to be a joint use facility that they would actually take care of. So, if you remember, one of the concerns, particularly about all the kids that live across the street, is there is no playground type facility, once Hedrick Elementary's gone. And so I would imagine there would be some playground.
I just wanna make sure that, because it butts up to Bel Air and it's not behind the school, that, ultimately, even if we're in a partnership, I wanna make sure that if they're over there playing soccer or whatever, that there's not an opportunity for them to kick a ball into the street and run out of it.
Yeah, no,
So, and I'm sure the city has specs too. So.
Yeah, and we'll as we get further down the road, we'll bring you all the designs to let you see.
Mr. Miller?
Jonathan, so speaking of the kids across the way that don't have access to any playgrounds, whatever, we work with the city. That access is coming from north, going east, and coming south along the building, right?
Access being vehicular or pedestrian, I'm sorry?
Pedestrian.
Pedestrian, right now, we're showing kind of tying in to this, I believe that crosswalk location.
I'm actually thinking, so if students walk across the street and they come down that parking lot from Bel Air, how do they get to the athletic fields?
The athletic field's behind the building?
Yeah.
I don't know that I imagine a scenario where security wants them to get directly to it. We're actually fencing along
So the
top
play
of
area is
close
up
to
there in
this.
the upper right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what and so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think during school, though, this will still function as the football field does now. We just are treating this like you typically do at your middle schools. We're actually running fence along the top of this retaining wall, and we're enclosing the track and field area so you have control of those. So they're accessible from coming through, directly out of the school. But if you were to come, even if you were to walk randomly down here, the field itself would be fenced off. Not all of this green space, but the field itself. The district tries to control specifically the football field and the track.
Is I know this hasn't changed much, the parking, but is the amount of distance that they have to walk in the parking here to the track and field longer than most of the middle schools?
Depends on which middle school. This is actually fairly close if I were to run
It is?
comparisons. It's something like,
Well, it's 3/4 of the building, or 2/3 of the building.
well, depending. I mean, you've got parking here, here,
Right.
and here. I mean, for most track and field events, yes, once you go beyond, this is maybe 60 spaces here. Once those would fill up, then this is a little bit longer walk, and you've got a sidewalk that brings you straight down the back of the building there. So once this parking lot fills, it does tend to be a longer walk than anywhere else.
Mrs. Lonnie? President?
Yeah, and this is, but I guess I like to refer to as Ms. Lasan's sidewalk, because it's what she asked for, at our meeting in November, where you had the 2 rows of trees. That if you're not gonna put a sidewalk in between there, that the landscape be more scattered, so it doesn't create the visual of a walkway for middle schoolers, et cetera.
Right, and that's my landscaper designer has done, and my designer who did the site plan did not do. No, you're right. We talked about kind of having these broken up a bit, so it's not so National Mall sort of float down the middle. What I need to do the final verification is, I still want to leave that crosswalk in place, and that's really where we want to bring people across. But you're right, it may be more here. Our intention was to bring them here, but this needs to be a little more randomized. That's easy enough.
And then I just want to make sure that track is a 1/4-mile track? That's set for the
Yes,
space
I mean,
for
that's
1/4 mile? Well,
the
now
goal
Arbor
for it.
Creeks, as you know, is not quite, I think it's like between a 1/3 and a 1/4 mile.
Arbor Creek's not quite a track either, right? Isn't that the one that goes kind of around the corner a little bit?
Well, if you look at the existing site plan, it was a little bit of an odd shape here, so this will.
Yeah, it was a little creative.
it was
That's-
I'm glad we're fixing
I
it.
hate the standard to be it's better, but it is
Yeah.
better. That's all I can say. It's almost 400 meters. 398 or so, somewhere in that range.
It was a beautiful building back in November, and I'm really excited to see it come to fruition.
Good.
Ms. Hassett?
No questions.
Ms. Timish?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Mine would actually be for Dr. Rogers. As we're looking at some of this, just with, I know Ms. Cox and I do a mentor luncheon, and they haven't had a chance, some of the students at Hedrick Elementary haven't had a chance to look at this. So are they going to have an opportunity to look at this?
Yes, they are. Actually, when we saw the presentation last week, I talked to Randy about that, and of course, Dr. Coburn, who's snuck in from his flight from Atlanta. I mean, they've been working on the Hedrick Transition Committee, and so it is the plan for our students to see the design, certainly before the end of the school year.
Because I think just even with that transition, when I started talking to her about the library, which is actually one of my very favorite parts of this entire, I love all of it, but I absolutely love the library. And she was just, my little mentee was so excited when we were just describing it and the potential. So I think it just helps with that transition for the students to be able to see it.
Absolutely.
Yep, you're next.
Let's get confused here. So I just have a comment. I like the brick that you've added and doing away with the glass. I think that is a nice transition for that. That's all from me.
All right, moving on.
Okay, next.
Moving on. Speaking of another transition,
Oh, yes.
Colony High School.
Finally.
Well, This was a tough one.
There has some landscape in there.
I didn't include an exterior full frontal shot because you just imagine the Colony High School front entry in your head. I honestly forgot it. It wasn't a art of showmanship. I just forgot to put that in. I do have a low resolution from space shot to talk about two of the issues. One that everybody's probably thinking in your head is just the aesthetic of the entry has always been an issue. That's certainly one thing. And the second thing, though, is actually the functional use of that front entry is definitely at a loss compared to the other high schools. You can see your entire parallel parking in Texas. There's your first combination. Is 18 spots, which means I always skip this spot and just go park down the street because I'm not going to mess with parallel parking at F-150. I'm not that good at it. So one of the issues, and actually Dr. Rogers brought this up a while ago, is fixing the parking. And so you'll see in the solution is fixing the parking to be a little more traditional head-in, which gives us a lot more space, gives us a little more functionality. We still have parallel along the curb and a fire lane down the middle, but that actually was a pretty simple fix, as you'll see in the plan. And really the thing to key on us, really what helps the Colony most are the oak trees, to be honest with you. The building is pretty blah. And so working around those oak trees as best we could became part of the solution. But really this also illustrates for you part of the other issue of the Colonies. If you stand there as a newcomer, there's a flagpole in the middle, and then there's two identical doors here. Exactly. And then there's a handicap ramp over there, and you think, well, that's got to be the front door. Well, fooled you. It's not. It's the one over here, and they're not connected. And so that's a real issue with the high schools, knowing where entry is. So as we've been through different iterations with Dr. Baxter and staff, it's been really getting a little more definition. And it doesn't read as well here, but I'll point it out to you. First, the parking, like we talked about. So what we have now are 33 head-in spots. So we went from 18 parallel to 33 head-in spots. School sign gets to stay in place. It's kind of minimal rework. It's kind of an extension this way. We've extended both ways, both east and west. I know I have it turned the wrong way on the page, but let's say up and down. So we've moved a little bit closer to Blair Oaks Drive, but there's still a city sidewalk out here. So we were able to get rid of, right now there's a sidewalk that's right next to you when you parallel park. We'll have no need for that when we head in park. So we took that 5 feet, got a little creative with it. And so they all head in here. And then essentially our fire lane is between the back end of these parked cars and here. So instead of the fire lane being on the curb of the building where it's illegal to park, but parents still do because if I've got to drop something off, I'm not parking at the park, right? So real simple trick is just to simply make this the fire lane, and then we still have 18 or 20, depending on the account, parallel spots. That's really for a parent who is bringing something for a quick delivery. You can pull up and load and unload and still not be in violation and be in a fire lane. So really simple solution for it. The two sidewalks that you see here, we're just showing them as existing because our focus was to rework this entry and to really announce this southern door as the front door. You'll see it better in the render. But again, if you think of the Colony, the building's significantly up. It's about 5 feet up from you walk up to it. So we tried to make use of that instead of just having this grass slope that you continually fight to keep from sliding down the hill, and turn that into these staired entry plazas and work in what you won't see in the render. There's a handicap ramp that once you enter this plaza, there's a handicap ramp that moves from here up to here, and it's kind of subtly hidden behind the front wall. So it's now not an entry feature, but it's right there with the rest of the entry path. And then on your screens, you might see a dash line that's coming to here. That's the shape of the canopy above. So the canopy literally pulls further out on the door we want everyone to go to. We still need both entries, and after hours or after school, both of these doors get a lot of students coming out. So we still have a staired plaza, but you'll see it kind of shielded in the rendering. And then finally, to point out, when you walk up to the Colony, there's these really large brick columns that are about 6 or 8 feet long. It's actually 2 smaller columns inside there. So in looking at that, our plan is those 2 dots are just existing columns, is to remove that brick, take some of the massiveness away from those kind of blonde brick pilasters, make them simpler, and then create a plaza up here that is now all covered. It's either under the existing building roof or under the new canopy roof. So you have a place for students to be. If you've been there on a rainy day, the extent of covered area is right here. Yeah. It's about 5 feet deep, right? And there's a tremendous amount of student pickup and drop off that happens here. So a lot of things get accomplished in that area. But part of the reconfiguration was about safety and security. As you guys know, if you've been there recently, let me just point out, the existing building is actually this line and then all of this. So really the extent of our addition is really this, and then a canopy above and some site work. So fairly straightforward. But your check-in desk right now is in this little space but your entire vestibule is about 8 feet deep. So you're in between those two doors. And the way the staff works the campus now is an escort is called for you, and so you wait in this 8-foot wide vestibule while students are flying and people moving past. And most days that gets fairly constrained fairly quickly. And then you're moved to the building by someone who's escorting you. So one of the changes we worked on with staff was if we could actually create a vestibule that is capable of holding people instead of feeling like you're just stuck between two doors at a supermarket.
Right.
This is a much larger space that allows you to kind of reset the tone, update the finishes in there. We're doing finish replacement as another part of the project too, but really allows you to have that set up. But everything you see here has been reconfigured, but we've only highlighted this because this talks about entry and security. This person who checks you in now has the option to leave you here so that an escort can come for you, or by creating this sort of back corridor and reconfiguring the attendance desk, they can now bring you in and move you into a smaller waiting area that's still contained and still within the secure building. What we found in talking with staff was a lot of the visitors during the day are parents coming to talk to attendants, either to get records or something else. And so this now allows those people to come directly in, and we don't have visitors in the hallway for the most part. The office staff can contain people here. If they're headed back, they'll be escorted, but if not, they can either be moved into the principal, the assistant principal suite, or into that attendant suite, and all stay within the office confines. Attendance is also doing some reconfiguration to serve students from both sides, both from the hallway and from interior. The nurse moves, and then what we didn't show you is off screen is we've moved the counselor suite kind of across the hallway. So this isn't just a front door, it's a front door, security upgrades, and then a thought of a relook at the entire administrative suite. No one brags about it, but then again, as long as we're talking toilets, right now the admin has one toilet that is maybe 2 feet long. It's vintage, so that's turned into two accessible toilets for that office area now, as necessitated by code and frankly a little overdue. So after multiple iterations of working with Dr. Baxter and the team, our goal to kind of break up the front of the building and give some depth to it resulted in this wrapping canopy that you see. This is that student entry I said, and we've kind of shielded it with a low wall here, 2 oak trees off to the sides. But this now starts to be, it's a little bit easier to see here, this now starts to be the main entry. We've got kind of a 2-tiered stair plaza. That handicap ramp that I showed you because you can't see it here, but right behind that wall is where that handicap room will be coming. And then this plaza up top is now a connection between both doors. So the area I talked about being undercover, really is everything underneath here becomes kind of the informal gathering space, both for pickup and drop off. Certainly for inclement weather days, simplifies things a bit. I noticed on this render earlier that I didn't put a flagpole back. So took one question away. So I would guess that my flagpole would very likely probably now end up kind of at the end of this flower bed area. Originally we had this as much more concrete, but staff advised that they can maintain some flower bed areas. So we're proposing kind of a little bit of a breakup in the, and you saw it in the site plan. So there's some planting area, and I think very likely the flagpole would be kind of toward that southern end. What you're seeing underneath is intended to be a wood grain, not wood, because God bless Randy, but maintaining wood is not the easiest thing to do. So it's a metal slat system that has a wood grain finish to it. So it has the durability of a metal panel system with the imprint of a wood panel system on it. So it gives it some warmth as well. Dr. Baxter has already approached us about adding a backlit flying TC.
Good. Awesome. Yes, let's
Just
do that.
making sure I tell everybody. So right above where it just says the Colony High
Yes.
School. I'm providing power, and if we get to the end of the project, we can have that conversation. But we did talk about getting power in there so Dr. Baxter
That
could
would
get
be
a
great.
backlit
Be much
TC.
more impressive.
I know everybody has to have a backlit, whatever. So, we've got that accommodated as well.
Miller.
So I think that's all I have on the Colony exterior
Okay, thank you.
reconfiguration.
Mr. Miller? Ms. Salon?
Looks good. I happened to get to go to the Colony High School and tour for the first time, I guess, the week before last, so this is gonna be great. Mr. Baxter was very excited about, he was already
He
talking
is.
about it, so he's really excited about it.
Ms. Prosnick?
My only question is, when you're heading south on Blair Oaks,
Blair Oaks, right.
is there gonna be any signage that says it's the, you know, you're just gonna have this dark wall, and on the other side it's gonna say the Colony High School with the illuminated TC, but on your one run, I didn't see any kind of signage that lets you know that you are.
So this is your southern view. If you're coming down, this is
Right.
your
You mean
southern.
north?
If you're
Like
coming
north,
from the
north.
north,
Yeah, coming from the north
you're right. If you're coming up north, no, I don't have anything on the backside of there, but that's
Yet?
as simple as signage.
Yet? guess I would like for people to know that they're approaching the Colony High School.
Yeah, I
right
think-
there.
The marquee though is out,
The marquee still stays there, and
On
then the
both.
giant oak tree that I'm trying to work around is there. What we can do is we'll see how, this is where I think it is in radar. If the tree's closer than that, then you're not gonna see anything, but if it's not, we might have some flexibility.
We'll check it.
It's as simple as
I'm
signage.
very, very excited about this.
It's great.
I won't lie, I commandeered some, Ms. Sells and I commandeered some people in the hall when we saw they had drawings. And they were there for lunch.
Oh, so you've already seen it then?
I've seen some.
Okay.
No questions. Love it.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I know they're so excited, and I also know that the city council is very anxious to see this. Do you know when they might get a quick peek at this? Dr. Rogers?
No, I don't.
Maybe we can.
Sounds like we'll be
But
scheduling.
I'll reach out to Mr. Powell, the city manager, and
I think they would be, because I get those questions ever so often, because they're very excited, and I think we told them he was gonna be a backlit TC up there. I think they'd be really excited. I know this is one of the projects they're really looking forward to seeing.
We heard that.
So that would be my only comment.
Ms. Sells?
Yeah, and even going further than that, I went and saw their UIL play, and I actually got a question from some parents. And so, as soon as we can make this available to the community, I don't know, other than maybe at Hedrick, that it might behoove us to have a community meeting with interpreters there, that we can explain what's going to happen, but also just as soon as we can get this information out to our community, I think that excitement starts to build, and I'm very excited for this, and I'm excited for the addition of all the parking in the front of that building. It has just been, there are some buses, if you've been there during the lunchtime, there is a bus that does do some pickup and stuff, and they end up, it just creates somewhat of a hazard for that area, I think, because then parents are picking up, dropping off, and doing all this other stuff, and so that front parking, that front drive-in parking is just, it's just beautiful, so thank you.
And I love the landscaping up front, so please do not take that out, because it needs that. That looks so much better in the front of the school. And that was the one thing, some of the council people had addressed it needed some landscape love.
We've actually heard a lot from the council indirectly of how interested the city is in it.
They're very interested. They're really excited.
We can add them to the list, I suppose.
Yeah, they care about our community.
I do have one. Do we ever, I've seen it in other districts where they just put the site, like on just a piece of wood out in front of the school with what's coming?
we've actually been doing that. If you drive by, for instance, Tech West and Mill Street, Randy and his group have already been doing that.
So where is it, Tech West? Because I've driven that last week and couldn't. Oh, so I was like, I just
literally last week.
Drive by there tonight.
Tonight, but it'll have like this picture up there with the site plan, and then like maybe is that what you'll have? Is like a picture?
We don't have it backlit though.
That's why I didn't find it.
Again, we're providing the power, not the flying TC.
We'll give you a flashlight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller?
Thought for consideration is the Colony Chamber meeting this month, which is either this week or next week, is at the Colony High School. So you could print out a couple renderings, this and, the one with the frame around it, and just put them up if we want to get some exposure on it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Troy and we'll figure out when the best time. So.
Next project?
I'm killing Conrad down there. He is a Red Raider. Very quickly, Liz Dola, to remind you of what I mean by Liz Dola, and you guys were just talking about this project. Really, the site breaks down by Fish Hatchery Road. You have facilities on the west and on the east. So just a quick recap there. Five single portables and a double portable out there. One single, a double, and then 3 singles. Our work, after visiting with staff, is going to focus primarily on the east side of Fish Hatchery Road for a few reasons. We are going to be renovating the single portable and the double that are on the west side. What is over there now are their support offices, the science store, which isn't a part of Listola, but it's there, and a classroom. So we're doing some renovation to the classroom space, primarily moving the science store and carving out another office in this area so that all of the campuses for Lisdola are in one spot right now. They're in a few different locations. So that's pretty simple scope of work on the west side. On the east side, there is a single portable here that will stay in place, and then 2 single portables that will be removed. So the design for this has been around not just getting permanent facilities, but about getting more facilities. As you've heard from your science team, it's about getting all the 4th graders to be able to be out there. Been through a lot of conversations, so the design is based around the idea that days like yesterday, students don't cancel. So even if it's going to be kind of a rainy day, they are still going to be there all day. On a day like that now, those students they basically use these 4 single portables. And when it comes lunchtime, they cram everybody into, there's even a small conference room in this that they shove students into. And so the goal, as we talked about them more, was yes, there's need for some class space, but then there's also need for space that is just under roof, that is covered, intentional, and designed and not added after the fact. Lisdola has been built piece by piece by piece over the years, and with the best you could, but this was a chance to make that a little more standardized and cleaned up. So the site plan focuses on the east side of the road. This parking loop that you have here stays in place. Fish hatchery obviously stays in place. The parking's in place. The BAT building, as we call it, is here. It's the echolocation station. That building stays in place, that portable. But those are the 2 portables that I showed you being removed. And the new building being built with an additional challenge of it's an outdoor learning center that is also a storm shelter. As you know, the new code has meant that this is an educational facility, so it's a storm shelter. Not the whole thing has to be a storm shelter, so we've sized it to the students that will be there, which has allowed us to use kind of 2 different terminologies. We talk about this as the wood building, and this is the stone building, and you'll see it in the exterior as well. The buildings are pretty simple. This that you see is a large canopy that covers all of them. So what I'm showing you are 4 built classrooms, really, a gang restroom area, but then 3 what you use as open air classrooms. These are the flexible use spaces that are undercover that can be used even on a good day. They have a place to get in and under the shade. A little bit closer in plan, these out of order. You can see 2 large scale classrooms, restrooms in between, a large storage area that's at a premium. At Lisdola, if you've been out there, there's kind of storage everywhere. This gives us a chance to get that cleaned up. And then 2 other classrooms, again, all under one large canopy. This section is your storm shelters. We call it the stone building because it's essentially a CMU building. It still has windows, sort of like the Vickery edition that I talked about last time. It still has windows. When you're in there, you wouldn't know any different. They just happen to be storm rated windows. And there is a storm rated shutter that will close this area off. So in the event of a storm, the restrooms are internal to the space, and this is your shelter area, which is actually good for inclement weather as well. Even if it's not an F5, it's still a perfect kind of inclement weather space. What does that begin to look like? Looks like this. Those wood building, or the wood classrooms, are the ones to your left, and to your right is what we're calling kind of the stone classrooms. I'll say this on approach, we're still working through landscaping. The reality is we have to put things out there that are going to survive on their own. There's not an irrigation system out there, and really it would be best if there weren't when we left as well. So a lot of this will have to go back with native grasses, which is perfectly viable. Crabgrass will always grow, but if you had something better than crabgrass, that's kind of the idea. We're trying to size up and minimize concrete. Staff does not want a lot of concrete, but still they offload 3 or 4 buses of students at one time, so there is a need for that. So even in the concrete, we've done a little bit of differentiation, so it's not just a traditional sidewalk. This gives you a better idea of, you can see the windows for the storm shelter area. Again, this high covering, this timber roof structure covers all of this, so that becomes kind of one of the additional spaces. There's one on kind of the far northern end that gives you the same thing. The amphitheater, the existing amphitheater is just off the screen here, so it gives you an opportunity to have kind of location for that. You're starting to see a little bit of a pond. If you've been to Lisdola recently, there is a pond, loosely defined, and staff would agree with that. Again, they did what they could with what they had, so in putting it back, we're planning to put a pond kind of anchor the building around those, because there's a lot of lessons to be done there in water ecology that they don't have an opportunity to now, and this gives an opportunity to do that. We're still negotiating the size of the pond. It started very big, and we're getting it down to manageable size, so we're working through all that. But you get a feel for the space as well. This is kind of the outdoor classroom on the far end, and then on the opposite end of the stone building is another kind of a more isolated perch. Those 2 classrooms that I showed you both open out into this space, and this can either be an extension of that classroom or just a separate space as well. So really, unfortunately, on a rainy day, you're back to kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zones that can be used. Plus, we still have the echolocation building and the ones across. So it has been an interesting journey in getting there on capacity. And I think staff has been fantastic to work with and understanding. We really didn't want to build more than we had to, because most of their activity, when they hit the site, they are out on those trails for most of the day. This is a nice balance between built space for the fixed stations that they need and the ability to function on inclement weather days. So I think it could be a fantastic transformation, kind of thinking of the east side as well. I can get into all sorts of discussion about Fish Hatchery Road, visited with a lot of people in the last few months. I won't go into that unless you have questions about that, but that's where we are as we stand.
Okay. Ms. Lazan?
Looks good, excited.
Ms. Prosnick?
I'm sure the answer is yes, that in the storm shelter, that there's still going to be analog phone and all of that that's available at
Yes.
the Vickery site.
As a part of the control room or control function, kind of this area does all those kind of the hard cable functions.
So there's the same kind of room in this?
Yes, I've got a small electrical room and a small control room at the back end of that. So all of that is within that structure of the storm shelter.
And you said it was built, like how many is it built for?
So I think our number ends up being the 4th grade classes and everything. I think our worst case was 225 people on site. So it's sized for that.
Thank you, it's beautiful.
Restrooms, are there more restrooms than that are currently?
Yes, just slightly. We had conversation with staff about, I think the restrooms now are in one of those portables that we're taking out, and they've kind of been added over time, and I think those are both two holes is the easiest way to say it, and these are 3, I believe.
And the staff didn't want more than that, because that's a giant bottleneck when.
Yeah, we had that conversation, and we haven't had any pushback on it. We could ask again. It may mean sacrificing some storage space, but what we found out was, always assume when you offload the bus, you send everybody in at one time, and that hasn't been their experience.
Heck, that's what we did multiple times with my kids.
And what they're telling me is that hadn't been the experience where they come in and offload everybody at one time, so it hasn't been a bottleneck for them in the past. But
maybe my kids are older, so maybe they've changed procedures and it's worked better than
most outdoor learning centers, I try to do a little bit larger because of that. You have a large group arriving at one time, but it hasn't been a huge issue here. We'll continue the conversation.
What are we doing with the current existing portables? Are we using those? They have been worn
I don't think those
flat
portables
out.
were reused.
They have been worn flat
I don't
out.
think they survived the move out of the trees.
Yeah,
They're ingrained in the site.
You have to remember, portables cost more to move than they're worth.
Absolutely, especially these in particular. These are, let's not even do that. And is Ms. Barnhart gonna be able to see these before she goes? Has she seen renderings from it?
She's been involved in
So, okay.
the
I
work.
just wanna make sure she gets to see it because she's being mean leaving us.
Are the adults and teachers going to use the same bathrooms as the students?
There actually is a restroom over in their office building that's across, so there are 2 offices and a conference room over there that's
In
primarily.
the ag building?
No,
above
across the road.
Oh, okay.
In this building, there actually is a single hole staff restroom that's over there, so I think teachers, if they're visiting, typically use that restroom.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, single occupant
That is the
restroom.
term.
Ms. Hills?
What's the indoor square footage and the outdoor?
It's actually about balanced when you're a little bit heavier on the build. These classrooms are a little larger than your standard classrooms. I believe these are around 850 square feet. So you get an idea of that module. So there's, kind of 5 sections of 850, and this is probably about 80% less than that, but it's a good size of outdoor space compared to the indoor space. I don't have that number right off the top of my head.
Mr.
Looks
Miller?
good, thank you.
I just have a question about what is the roofing type made of, or that awning? What is it made of?
It's actually actual tongue and groove wood to get those spans. It's a stained piece, and in this case, because it's completely protected, it's where the colony, where those pieces come down, I'm more concerned about vertical elements that get weathering on them.
Yeah.
This stands up much better because it's underneath. It's a tongue and groove 1x6 wood that gets stained in place.
Okay, because I've had a lot of storms out there. Wouldn't want to be replacing it in about 6 months. So I
My
just want to make sure we
engineer-
can
my
withstand
engineer
some of that.
tends not to be timid on what he engineers for this, so I'm gonna guess that it's well.
Yeah. Okay, thank
I
you.
will pass that on as well.
Yeah. That was sturdy.
Okay.
Anything else, or are you done? Next?
Hand the baton.
Sorry, Conrad. Go, Conrad.
All right, thank you. And I'm confident in the Raiders, so we can go as long as we need.
Conrad, should we introduce you? I don't think.
Yeah,
they've
sorry,
met Corey.
Conrad Judd, Corey Hood, and Jimmy Stromeyer. Thank you. So we'll start off with the new Josie Elementary School, actually going to be a STEM academy, from our understanding. You can see the site here. We're showing your stacking for the parent drop-offs. We've got a lot of long stacking to approach the front entries. The background for your front visitor parking. You can also see where we have the bus drop-off and loop here at the back of the property and the site. We're also indicating where you could access this from a pedestrian standpoint from the neighborhood. These two locations to get to the front and the back of the school. I want you to take note of, this has got a beautiful fall across the back of the site. A beautiful site for those academic wings to be able to look back into green space behind the school in this area. See here that the drive drops off at the front of the school where we have our admin with the secure vestibule space here. The center and core of the academic and school space is the library common space, which also has a maker space that has access to the outdoors. This is focused center point of the school. Academic wings, two-story academic wings here with your pre-K 1, 2 on the lower level with your special ed here at the front for drop-off and pickup. The gym shelter facility here, which also accommodates your backup data center in this shelter space. And then the dining, kitchen, music, stage, art, all supporting the fine arts with art access or approaching, has glazing to the outdoors. Second floor, you see the third, fourth, and fifth. We actually have an outdoor learning space in the second floor as well, down by the science lab for the fifth grade, and this area you'll see in the rendering. But this whole circulation, very simple circulation to the upper area, and then looking down into that two-story volume library space. Here, approach and entry, landscape, front entry, canopy, covered area. This is where that secure vestibule space is. Looking from the back at those two-story academics areas, this is that outdoor science space, the stairways, and you can see these playful bay-like windows that allow for each classroom to have a little niche reading area within each classroom. The courtyard space that we're exploring as an alternate to make this more usable and accessible and focusing on different ways to handle outdoor learning. Main commons library space, you see that main stair and balcony looking down into that space. We're using the elevator to be an art form, art piece within that space. You see the front entry and that vestibule in your back. Natural light into this entire space, even though it's in the middle of the school. This is back in one of the pods, academic pods. You're seeing that flex space where the classrooms are looking into that open space. And I want to point out, we took the topography in the back of the property and are using that to shape the ceiling and the flooring, so that is a way to bring the outdoor environment back into the indoor space.
It sounded like you wanted to go see the game.
Yeah. But any questions?
Okay, so, who's that? Jenny? Ms. Prosnick?
Well, I don't know if you two talked, but the front looks very similar to the Colony High School, and so I thought that was
Yeah, it's sort of
I think it's, yeah, I think, you know, you can almost see the TC in that, so, I don't know if you all are.
We had seen some work from the last board meeting and being sympathetic to the district and architectural character.
really like that. I do have a question. Does the library not have any walls?
So with all of our new, if you remember all of our new elementary STEMs, I mean, that was part of the project was to kind of open up and have that flexible learning environment on the media center. So this just does it right off the bat, really just a large open space for collaboration and flexibility.
I'm assuming we already have water labs that are already designed to.
Yes, we do.
Ms. Hassett?
I appreciate the ability to incorporate the outside in. It's even just learning experiences and
Extension of the
topographic. So it's a really neat idea, so thank you. No, it's great. That's all.
Ms. Timish?
If you could go to the one where it has an overview of the entire building, where you have like the open spaces between the two buildings, right there, like I come like almost just fingers. I mean, I can tell you, if you don't do something now, it'll never get done. And every campus I've walked, I mean, love their hearts. The PTA, as Ms. Sells can tell you, they start something, but it's just never maintained. And you put the green grass there, but it's usually kind of shady and usually pretty muddy, and then it's really not an open green space. I think from an architectural view, looking down, it looks like it's a green space, but it's not. And except for weeds, which does well with crabgrass. So if we're going to have these spaces truly, I want some design between them so that they're actually functional, because that's a significant amount of space that we have on every one of these campuses that never gets used. And so I definitely want to see what we're going to do between there to make it if we're truly talking about bringing the outdoors in and the indoor out, then that needs to be some type of outdoor learning classroom in some form or fashion.
I think we've got an alternate, it's a really strong solution, working with our landscape architect and looking at materials like natural turf, or artificial turf, so we can look at something that's maintainable for a long term, but that is something that, if that alternate's taken.
Or even just, some trees or something, so you've got some vertical height with, some of the plant material. Artificial turf is great, but you're just not seeing, when the kids, you're looking out at the windows, you're just really seeing another building. There's no type of green space. So that would be my only comment, is just don't create another wasted space.
Ms. Hills?
I think that was my comment, going to be my comment too, and I love this this whole concept of tying in to the colony. Like you said, I noticed the black right away, and so and thank you all for incorporating that topography. That's very different in terms of if you just go on down the road, then everything just flattens out, and so it's very unique. And I love the fact that our kids can be able to enjoy that and to get that piece of nature brought into a daily. It's something that we forget that
It's a
should
creative,
be
subtle way
enjoyed.
to incorporate that and to relate with the STEM and the sciences.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
I think it looks great. I was thinking, could you put the name of the school on each side of the building so that regardless of which direction you're coming in, you know that it's actually the elementary school?
You sang that a little.
Yeah.
Okay,
Keep going.
he's being a pain in the butt.
Ms. Lasan?
See, now I forgot what I was gonna say. When are we talking about breaking ground on this one?
Yes, ma'am. So our goal right now is to bring a GMP to you guys in December, and then immediately in January, start breaking ground. It gives us a little bit extra time during construction as well, so.
And this was what we had talked to you all about when we had talked about, first off, making this the elementary STEM academy for the colony, and that we had some time, and yet that gives us a little extra time by making it a December GMP, and it's set to open in 2021.
Any other questions? So my only question is to bring it up to the outdoor learning space. What kind of, I'm thinking of safety and security. I mean, is it covered, or thinking of kids leaning out, kids jumping off? What does it look
Yes.
like?
So
Can you describe that?
You've got a rail and it's covered, so you're seeing these openings here on either side of that column that you're
Yeah.
alluding to. Yeah.
So no one can get out
Oh, correct.
past there, or get their hand stuck, or their head, or anything like that. Okay. Just want to make sure. But very nice. I love the project.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
So Hebron, the Hawk Activity Center, you know the existing campus, and it's already been mentioned that we are, through this addition, able to shift the tennis courts into the practice area. So that will be a part of this master plan for this campus. See where we've been able to not only do this indoor arena, but also the multi-purpose indoor practice area. The level, there's so much fall across this site. You enter from this upper level, and then you're also able to enter from the lower level. And these parking areas allow you to do that from both sides of this addition. The upper level you can see is that plaza entry level through vestibule into the main concourse. You can see the home site here close to the concessions, and then all the restrooms that will facilitate this upper mezzanine area. So you come in and walk down to your seat from this upper level mezzanine. This also affords you to have view into this indoor multi-purpose space from a balcony area here, as well as you'll be able to, at another view, see down into the weight room that's associated with this as well. This is a building section to give you a sense of where you enter on this upper level. This is that upper concourse and how you traverse down into your seats. Gives you an idea of where that perspective is, and that balcony looks down into the multi-purpose space. And storage and locker rooms that can take place underneath. Then this is that lower level area where you start to see how you can access this lower level through a vestibule for the sports teams to enter at this level, but also to be able to come in the backside to the support spaces, weight room, locker rooms, and their ability to enter the court from that level. And then storage rooms that support underneath it. See, this is that weight room here that you can see down into, and then the multi-purpose space itself. This gives you the view, bird's eye view, so you can see the upper level mezzanine. That enters the mezzanine here, how you can traverse to that lower level and enter at this level as well. Showing that this matches the aesthetic well with the existing use of materials and transparency and form of the building. And we do have some upper clear story area of translucent panels that allows you to put natural light in that space. Another rendering, a dusk rendering, you see that these are backlit letters to emphasize Hebron and for competitive venues that these are. I feel like it's an appropriate way to handle that. Again, this is the upper level mezzanine and that vestibuled area before you enter that space. And once you enter the building and able to see how you traverse around and see down into the court. Here. And this is a view from that weight room. A lot of transparency glass into that weight room, so a lot of natural light. So feel very good about what they will receive. Really took the challenges with the slope of the site, split the levels, and really worked out to be a good solution.
Thank you, Ms. Hassett.
Can you backlight the Hebron blue? Hebron blue.
Hebron blue.
Just making sure.
Wait, green.
Also, I know that I've heard rumors that the other multi-purpose facilities have wonkiness with the refs locker rooms or a store. Have you?
With the who?
With the refs locker rooms?
Oh, we don't care about the refs.
They need to be able to have a place to store their change and store. I mean,
We do have rooms for officials.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was similar. Just want to make sure their stuff
It's
is
according to
secure.
how good of a game they call it.
Oh, that's true. Only
Ms. Timish.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. On the, going back to the site plan, on the indoor practice facility, some of the questions there's fine. I know at some of the other campuses, they wanted to be able for the kickers to actually be able to practice? Is that gonna solve, I know that some of our campuses, they have that and some don't.
In terms of the height and volume.
Yes,
of
that they
space to
can
be able to
actually
kick into that
practice.
space, yes.
Okay, and then on the two practice fields that you have, are those gonna be readdressed? Cause I know that there's, okay.
Those are new.
Those are the new.
So, okay, so they'll be leveled, we'll get rid of
Yes,
all the.
ma'am. So that's kind of what I was mentioning in that last discussion item was we're incorporating that practice field redesign with this. So those will be new level fields.
So initially, that was year 5, and then
Yes.
we moved it up.
But well, yeah, but I was like, okay, I get that, but I was like, okay, we're
Yeah,
just
that'll
gonna
be-
mark it off, but it's perfect, thank you. And that'll solve some of the drainage issues that we have in the back there.
So the vestibule is, if there's events, can you go back one more slide? So can you access the arena from the existing, is that what that little hallway is up
So,
there?
I'm sorry, I failed to mention that you do have the ability to access the existing. It is not currently enclosed. You have 2 points of access to the existing because it's the same level.
That was my only question I had.
Mr. Miller?
It hadn't been mentioned and I don't, yeah, just.
The practice field, so those will stay, or those will be redone?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So I think this looks awesome, but I'm gonna make a very, probably politically incorrect, statement relative to some of my peers here. It's too good. Because what we were looking at is equity. Some schools had it, some schools didn't. Now, there are some design issues, design things you fix here. Quite frankly, when you look at some of the other activity centers, when you look at how you go up those stairs, it's ridiculous. So you're coming down. I think there's some great things here. But I'm gonna tell you right now, mark my words, this will create a problem for the district long term because it's too good. It's too good, it's too nice, and guess what? Every other school doesn't have 2 practice fields. So just
they do.
Yes,
2 practice fields?
Yes, they do. Matter of fact, we're moving Hebron from having 3 to where they're all the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the building though, just, we went from equity to excess, and I think it's something we just have to be careful about. I think it looks awesome, but I will tell you this, in the future, in any bond package, when someone says, on any side of the district, we didn't get this, we didn't get that, we are, once again, we're kind of creating this situation of, oh my gosh, look at how good this is, and, they were first to get this, and now this is fantastic, but it's gonna create some problems for us.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, I get that. To me, there's a little bit of, you're always improving on what you did before. I mean, my dad was a home builder, and he built streets full of houses, and the house that was built 6 months after the first house was always better than the one he built 6 months before. And I mean, I get it. It's a nice facility, but it's as far as it meets the ed specs that we set out, so.
I'm with you.
I know.
And we
just-
had that conversation before things went to the FAC about newer, this is, we are continuing that process. There's a newer, there's a newer material, or there's a newer technology, et cetera. This is a new contemporary design, and when we had the situation where other campuses had football fields and other campuses didn't, then when we matched up and everybody had a football field and we had to move some things around and this one has a better baseball field, we're continuing that process. And, I called it out before we went into the bond, and I think we just have to remember, this is something that will be a discussion point for us for years.
Yeah, I get that. I just, like I said, I think really part of the positive of this was created by what Conrad said, and that is the slope of the side really created sort of how this turned out, which other facilities didn't have. But I get it. The newest is always the best. I mean, the best was Marcus and Flower Mound, and then now this is going to be the better one, and then who knows what's going to turn up, for the colony whenever we build it. So.
Ms.
And
Hassan?
I think as you take components out and start to look at them in regards to the ed specs, I mean, you know, we try to match the count for seating, try to match the drop to the floor that the others have. You know, the locker rooms or the ed specs, things like that. So if you take components out and really look at them, I mean, I guess it's just how they kind of come together. But like we mentioned, the practice fields, we're going from 3 to 2, so I mean, that's really taken away. And then 12 tennis courts, there's 12 old ones, there's going to be 12 new ones. So that's really not a. So I mean, I think we did definitely try to look at the ed specs and make sure that we followed component-wise. It's challenging with an athletic project like this because you're really taking components. Like I said, there's not you know, each multi-purpose facility has a little bit different ingredients, right? So they may have this type of locker room or another type of locker room, but so what we have to do is go back to the ed specs and make sure, okay, if this is a wrestling locker room, it's this size and it's got these components. So that's what we tried to do on this one.
Ms. Hassan? Ms. Prusnick?
What is the capacity?
2,200 seats. Thank you.
A little bit less than the population of Hebron 9, purposes.
Right. That again, that came from the ed specs and it matches the other multi-purpose.
And what are those ed specs, just that, like, it's just 2,200 seats?
Yes, ma'am.
So it does not take into account what the population is?
Yeah, that was never part of the deal.
I just don't think,
Yeah.
I'll be blunt, I don't think that's a good ed spec that doesn't take into account the population of where you're putting it. Because that means it's gonna be 2,200 at the colony?
Well, I guess my point, and we haven't gotten to there, but it's the same ed spec that there is at Lewisville High School that has 4,200 students. So, you know, I think you have to be careful about building it according to enrollment, because enrollment, as we know, changes. So, I mean,
I guess I'm just looking forward to the colony, that if it's 2,200 seats at Hebron, if we're gonna do that at the colony, that's more students than.
yeah, it's more students now, but our projection is that in the next 3 to 4 years, as we continue to add collegiate academy kids and as we continue to funnel kids from the schools in the areas off Josie, which they're headed to the colony, that somewhere in the future, you know, the colony high school is going to get back up to the 2,800, 3,000 size, which is what they were certainly before Hebron was built.
I guess that's just my opinion on that.
Yeah.
Where parking, are we going to have to create handicap parking around this?
We've actually added handicap parking for the lower level here
Yes.
as well as here.
So how many spaces is that?
I don't recall the number, but I do know that we were working on this and reworking this parking drive area, that we were able to add handicap. Maintain, I think we're 5 spaces more, just a few spaces more than what was originally there.
That are gonna be designated handicap, or just more parking spaces? I'm just imagining the parental parking. And so to Ms. Sells, and I guess I didn't see the way in from the main school, is that going to be able to accommodate 2,200 students? Or are they going to have to exit the building, come out, and then to re-enter? I'm thinking about assemblies.
Yeah, my guess, and y'all correct, is they won't all probably come that way.
I would think
But-
operationally, you would probably want to provide good access to that area.
And that's actually, I know at Flower Mound and Marcus, I mean, I think LHS is the exception. Of Flower Mound and Marcus, that's currently the practice too, is most of them have to exit. So,
beautiful building. I think the community will be very excited to finally be on par with the other 6A schools in the district. And I think that every single one of our campuses deserves a beautiful building, Mr. Miller.
Okay, my question is, and I can only speak to Flower Mound because that's where my kids go. I can't speak to Marcus or Lewisville. But have you met with the athletic director and the coaches? Because I can tell you, back to Ms. Hassett's, the Flower Mound facility, the rooms are not being utilized the way they should be. There's very much unused space. There's not enough room for the referees, and there's not enough room for the other team. They've been given a very small space for the other team, and we definitely want to welcome other teams to come to our schools and have facilities to be able to use too. So I don't want unused space. It's a beautiful building, and I sure wouldn't want just unused rooms that it's really utilized the way it needs to be. You have? Okay.
There's a few tweaks that are unique to this school because of certain conditions that they need to accommodate. So I think they're very pleased with what we've laid out. Most of the comments come from them.
Okay, perfect.
And Ms. Cox, I would add on to that. I think it's an important thing to note, right, where we have issues, how do we make them better? But just as a reminder, here's what happened when we went to talk to coaches about how design, not ed specs, which I think, Angie, you're kind of referring to, the referee locker rooms, that type of thing, is we had a situation where, and it's only, well, Flower Mound and Marcus have different coaches that help design them. Hebron does not, and so what you have is the coach that helped design the football area, right? Training facility is no longer there. New coach comes in. They decide to not have their office in a certain area. So the ed specs are what we need to look at versus the coaches designing things. That's where I think there's an important distinction there.
No, that's absolutely. You're
Good point, Mr. Miller.
We had some good vetting of that in terms of, look, we actually started with last and have worked with making sure that we were meeting those requirements of this solution as well.
Just real quick, just because I know it's an issue at the stadium, we have male and female for referees, correct? Perfect, because that becomes an issue when we have female refs at the stadium, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Next project? Was that it?
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
You got a few more slides for you. Yeah. So, got a few slides of just some construction photos, and I can go fairly quickly through these. There. So the first one, Mill Street, and these pictures. So I got a couple of aerial photographs. I believe these were on there 327.
March 27.
What you'll notice as I go through these pictures, I've got some that I actually took last week, and if you drive by the site today, I mean, a lot of these look different today than they did even in these pictures. So, what's kind of neat about the aerial photograph is it shows you some of the different trades there. All the first floor concrete's poured. You can see steel going up, masonry. What you can't really see here is, plumbing and electrical and all those things that are going on. Just another view. One thing that you won't see in any other pictures, this area here is what we call Area 1. This is the classroom wing. This is a first single-story classroom section here. The rest of the classroom wing is all two-story. This single-story part of the classroom wing, they actually roofed that last week. So this is we're working towards getting this in the dry. I believe the windows are supposed to start going in tomorrow, actually. And then on this side of the picture here, that's the actual storm shelter. So that's the gymnasium. And so here's a view, just kind of a panoramic of the whole front of the building there. You'll see quite a bit going on, masonry, again, steel. The left-hand side here is that Area 1 of the classroom wing. And so you'll see stud framing going up. Actually, if you go today, you'll see some door frames in the area. You'll see ductwork, electrical, plumbing. Like I said, this area is roofed at this point. On the right-hand side is the main corridor as you walk in the front entrance of the school and look towards the cafeteria. That's kind of what you're seeing there. If you were to go by the site today, there's actually joist now being set in all this area here. left-hand side of the picture here is actually, you're looking at the library. And you'll see some masonry walls going on here for the gang restrooms. The right-hand side is inside the storm shelter, so that's actually inside the gymnasium there. And left-hand side here is exterior shot of the storm shelter. You'll see the brick veneer starting to come up. And then again, right-hand side, just some electrical duct work, things like that. More progress pictures, and I thought this was kind of a neat panoramic of just all the steel going up in the classroom wing there. Wanted to show you guys some pictures of the Tech West. This one here, a lot of dirt work going on, grade beams. All the piles have been drilled at this point, and they're finishing grade beams, and their first slab pour scheduled for this week. So not much more to show you on these aerials. It's making great progress out there. Again, this one's an August 2020 project. A couple of shots of some grade beam pours here. And then the Vickery 10 Classroom Edition, wanted to show a couple of pictures. Again, this one's August of this year, August of 19 opening. You'll see fire lane poured there. And the slab is poured. Again, just like Mill Street, if you go today, the walls are a lot higher. They're coming up. What's kind of hard to see on the screen up here is just the amount of rebar that's in all these exterior walls. This was the storm shelter for the entire school, so this thing is built like a tank, and there's a ton of rebar. And that's pretty labor intensive. You got to slide every block down, all that rebar. So again, making good progress. We're on schedule on this project. And then I wanted to show some pictures of the security vestibule. We talked a lot about this late in the fall. We then took that time to procure materials and get everything on hand to start. We really started construction in March on these, and I believe we're in 8 schools at this point. So here's some of the finished storefront that's been installed. This is Bridlewood Elementary. You can start to see, these are in progress, so you can start to see the counter window cut in there. The slider window is not installed in this picture. That's ongoing, but you can start to see kind of how these things are coming together. And then just some pictures. This is Downing Middle School, so again, you can see, this area was cut in with the slider window, and just a shot from the inside of the office of what that slider window looks like there. So really wanted to kind of share with you guys that we're making some progress on the vestibules as promised, and again, our goal is to get elementaries done by August. So and we feel like we can make that. So that's all we had on the presentation.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Sells, Mr. Miller, Ms. Lawson.
I'll ask my questions on Monday night.
Okay, Ms. Sells. And I don't have any questions either. Thank you so much for
Thank y'all
that
very
update.
much.
Thank you.
You want to have the tech score? No.
What is it?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, architect selection. Mr.
Thank you,
Ball.
Ms. Cox. This item has to do with the space currently occupied by Thrift City. The proposal here is to ask the board to name the architect for this project so that we can get started really designing it, which will then lead us to be able to provide estimates of the cost. So the proposal here is that this project be assigned to Huckabee, and upon the board's approval of that, we can get them to work, really working with our staff to determine what it is we want to do over there, and then we can determine what that's going to cost and develop a plan to pay for it. So that's, I think in a nutshell, that's what this proposal is.
Ms. Sells. Mr. Miller.
Question?
No, I think it's great. I was just gonna say that they clearly, there's a difference in cost structure. Jonathan, 1, 3, I don't know if they're still here, but,
They went home.
this will help them out. Sounds good.
Ms. Lasan. Posnick.
Just remind me, did Huckabee do the other, then I'm make sure there was some continuity.
No questions.
Ms. Hess, no, I don't either.
All right.
Next, guaranteed maximum price for Hedrick Middle School.
This is the storm damage one, I believe.
Yeah,
Ms. Cox.
storm damage.
We've
We're just trying to skip
We're
ahead.
just trying to skip it.
Sorry, yes.
Text or rattle you, Mr. Miller's next.
And this is the second part of the process of just selecting a construction manager at risk for this project now, we're having to distinguish, are we talking about the 2017 storm or the 2018 storm? And this is the 2018 storm. And so, Randy, would you like to add to that?
Sure, that's pretty much it. This was the storm that hit more the east side of the district, and you'll see the bid tab in here. We're recommending, the low bid. This is an insurance project, so, again, we feel like any of these CMs could perform this work. So, any questions?
Mr. Miller? Ms. Lasan? Ms. Prosnick?
My only question is, when do we anticipate receiving the adjuster's final report? Because it says in here that we're gonna have to wait on that, so I'm kind of curious when that's coming out.
It's been a slow process, to say the least. Believe me, we've been asking that same question of the adjusters, and to some extent, we've been at their mercy. And we're pushing them hard. We do have multiple claims going on. We've got the storm from 2017. We've got the one from 2018. The same adjuster, I believe, is handling all of that. So I wish I could answer your question. We've been asking that question of them as well. So
We have their first go-around, so to speak, of the cost of the bill. We're having our architects look into that with their review consultants as well to make sure that pricing is in line. That's something that we're seeing is sometimes we have to go back with a rebuttal and kind of say, hey, there's more damage than was originally found. So
Okay, so we definitely know.
what we know is we have replacement cost coverage.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, the only thing that the district should be out is the deductibles. We have two deductibles we're working with. The back and forth that we're seeing is dealing with issues because with the replacement cost endorsement, it seems like it should be fairly simple. Your roof was destroyed, you put a new roof on, this is what it costs to fix it. The problem is the building codes have changed from the time when the original roofs were installed. And so we're having to justify, well, we had to change this or that or the other to meet the current building code. And that is also a part of the replacement cost endorsement. We just have to prove that up to the adjuster, so that adds the time. Then the other issue that we dealt with is they only wanted to cover wet insulation if we encountered wet insulation, and so we've had to deal with that back and forth a little bit. So just lots of nitty-gritty details like that we're having to prove up to the adjusters. But we do have, the good news is we have replacement cost coverage.
No questions.
Okay.
Ms. Tinish? I don't have any questions. Ms. Sells? Okay, so now we'll move to what I said before, the GMP 400, sorry.
Yeah, this is the Hendrick Middle School guaranteed maximum price, and the proposal from the construction manager at risk is $53,460,546. And if you'll recall, we asked the board to approve a guaranteed maximum price for the site work so we could get started on that work, and this figure includes that number. So this is the total drive-out price for that building, including that previously approved G&P.
correct.
Ms. Lasan? Prosnick?
What is the completion date on our contract for Hendrick Middle School?
So Hedrick Middle School, I'd have to go look up the exact completion date. There's 2 phases, and the first phase is getting the middle school complete by August of 20, and then they demolish the old middle school and finish the site work. So really, I think that the contract completion date's in December of 2020, in the last few months to. I can get you the exact date for the contract.
Ms. Timish? Ms. Sells? Mr. Miller? And I don't have any questions either. So I know we've been here sitting a long time, so the question's been asked. Do we want to forego and have it at the board meeting, the customer service training and the marketing report, and move on to the superintendent report? Or do you guys want to push on and?
Ms. Cox, I mean, certainly the customer service training update is not a time-sensitive thing, so we can certainly bring that back next week or certainly May work session. We do want to talk to you. That's our secret shopper data. And then, of course, marking,
Mr. Lee has been here for 4 months.
Bill's been here.
Yeah, I know he's an Aggie, but still.
I think we should see it. That's my personal
So we could do that one
waited.
and bypass the.
But we've had someone
No,
sitting
let's
here.
just, let's do them both.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then we need, if he's been sitting, if he's been sitting here.
Let's just do them both.
If
We've
he's been sitting here, we need to
Yes,
respect his time.
push on.
Well, Miss Brim was gonna be here no matter what.
Customer service training. Let's go, Ms. Brown.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so, I'm going to give you kind of a 30,000-foot overview of our secret shopper program and how that ties into customer service, how that ties into some of our communication focuses for next year. Why did we choose a secret shopper, I think, is the first question. And we felt like it was important to have an outside group come in who had no preconceived ideas, which campuses were good, which campuses weren't, what their experiences have been. We wanted fresh eyes to this whole process. And they came in from a customer service perspective. And just to FYI, Shauna couldn't be here tonight, and so we have her on video, but I'm live and in person. So we'll get to Shauna in a second. She can just hold on because she's on video. From a customer service perspective, we wanted to analyze the parent customer service experience based on the 3 focus areas of the LIC customer training. And then we wanted to identify anything that we could just systematically approach across the district to improve. And then from our standpoint on communications, we assume that people internally kind of know what's going on, and I think that that's a false assumption in a lot of cases. And so we wanted to have just a little bit of baseline to know how well could people communicate about what's happening on their specific campus, which obviously is important, but then from a broader perspective, how well could they speak about district programs, about things, if you've got an elementary school student and you're visiting an elementary school, but you also happen to have a high school kid, could that elementary front office staff speak intelligently about the feeder pattern up through middle school and high school, and vice versa? Could a high school person tell you, hey, you've got a 5th grader, let me tell you about some of the things that go on in our elementary schools? And so we went into it kind of with those kind of broad approaches, and really just wanted to set a baseline. We knew that we would come away with some things that were like, okay, we expected that. We knew there'd be some things that kind of were aha moments for us. They visited 42 campuses, 21 in-person visits, and 21 phone calls. And so that's kind of to set the baseline for you guys for what happened. And then I'm going to let Shauna talk about customer service. Then I'll come back and talk a little bit about the communications and marketing, and then I'll be available to answer any questions for y'all.
We were excited to start the journey of customer service this year. We have trained over 600 office staff and personnel on intentional customer service in Lewisville. And we know that this information gained from Secret Shoppers will be helpful and allow us to design year 2 training to be even more impactful to creating that welcoming, committed, and resourceful customer service that we want here in Lewisville ISD. When we designed the Lewisville customer service experience, or the training for that, we looked at our core values and our I statements. when we looked at the I statements and through the lens of customer service, there were 3 big themes that stood out to us as far as how Lewisville defines exceptional customer service. They are friendly, committed, and resourcefulness. So this year, introductory year for intentional customer service training, we focused on those 3 areas, and in the training we talked explicitly about what do those 3 focal areas look like in a customer service experience. Through the Secret Shopper experience, we wanted to gain the perspective of how does a parent experience customer service through the lens of the 3 focus areas that we trained on. So what does friendly look like, what does committed look like, and what does resourcefulness look like? So we worked with the company that was supplying the Secret Shoppers to align their assessment with those 3 focal areas so that we could gain information on how we were doing and then align our year 2 training based on the feedback that we got. There were some key findings that we found for each of the 3 focal areas of customer service in Lewisville. Overall, friendly and committed ranked very high. The percentage you see is schools that ranked very good or good. Overall, the campuses scored fairly high in friendly and committed. The Secret Shoppers shared that most often than not, they were greeted when they came in or they answered the phone. There was polite and respectful, minimal interruptions. Resourcefulness was the one that has some opportunity for growth as far as the data that they collected. LASD personnel showed that they were great listeners and that they were definitely willing to help the Secret Shopper in answering questions. For resourceful, Secret Shoppers said that overall the general questions specifically about the school, that the office staff was very knowledgeable, they were quick on answering questions, and they were thorough. Most often than not, people referred to the LASD website as a great place to go. The 2 things that we want to address for resourcefulness based on the data that we received is often that if people had a lack of knowledge of a question, they responded with maybe, you probably can, or they would say I don't know, which in the initial customer service training that we do with staff, we talk about that as a office staff member, it is likely that you will not know all the answers to everything that you are asked, and that is fine. It is not the expectation that you know everything. However, how we respond when we are committed and resourceful is, I don't know, let me find out, let me get back with you. So we really want to tighten up that response. When you don't know an answer to a question, what is the next step to do that so that we can provide resourceful service to them? And then also, though the LASD website was referred to often, sometimes people would respond, they were unsure what was all included on there, so they would say, oh, I think that it's going to be on the LASD website. So knowing that's a great resource, but what all is there, and then also guiding them through that website to help them find it instead of just directing them to there. Some important findings from the data to inform year 2 training will be that we would like to establish some standardized protocols across the district. Though we want to give buildings and campuses autonomy on what that looks like on their specific campus, in year 2 training we would like to walk them through things for them to consider. So what is the greeting? What does that need to sound like when you answer the phone? When there is a new parent that comes in, who is that contact person that greets them and welcomes them to Lewisville? What does the follow-up look like when someone doesn't have questions? So those are some of the things that we will walk campuses through so that each campus can develop what their protocol will be to best provide great customer service. The data gained from the Secret Shoppers, the findings will be shared with campus leaders and administrators, along with what the district themes were that we will be addressing in year 2. Those campuses that scored low ratings will be revisited next year, along with the addition of campuses that were not shopped.
That was kind of an overview of how Shauna is planning on using the information for their year 2 customer service training. And I think we're both really excited. Professional learning really took a customer service approach to that training. And so we're excited now to collaborate a little bit
Ms. Prosnick. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
What was the breakdown of the 41 campuses in that, like, how, I'm curious of the breakdown. How many were elementary, how many were middle, how many did we reach out to our career centers, et cetera?
So I will have to get you the exact breakdown. I know that, I mean, we tried to split it where we were getting about half of the elementary schools because we've got a year two.
Right.
And so we wanted to break it down that way. We got a majority of our high schools in, because honestly, we felt like that was something that we wanted that data because we felt like just anecdotally, that's where some of our weak points were. And the information we got kind of bore that out. So, it was 42 campuses, and I don't think that we did any career centers, but anybody who wasn't in this, suite, our plan is to add those schools back in next year and then hit the people. Sean is still kind of working on what level we want to go back to if they were in the lower, rankings of this year, kind of going through that training again and then revisiting them. So I can get you specific.
And so when will, or has a principal already been made aware of the results of their?
No, we wanted to share it with y'all first.
And that's something that Shauna is working through, kind of how that's gonna shake out, what information they're going to be presented with. I think for me, having that overall perspective of, this is how we did it as a district, and then having the individual conversations with the campuses that we saw really needed some improvement. Because there were some who were off the charts great at everything, there were some that.
The overall, sort of picture, Ms. Prosnick, I want to be a part of, sort of having that discussion with the principal, so we'll do that at the next principal meeting.
And then, we're going to do this again next year, and are we going to, because I know we use 2 women, correct, as our secret shoppers, are we going to, incorporate, a more diverse shopper?
Yes, that is something, and this is, how it is, the first time you do anything, you go through it and you're like, oh, those are some obvious things that we need to do differently. So yes, the intention will be that we will have someone who is a Spanish speaker to go and visit, and we will have, maybe a man go in and be conscious of, getting that data on how different people are responding to on the campus.
It's actually a repeat of Ms. Prosnick. So you're not giving the principals, all the principals, their own data?
No, we will.
You will. You just haven't
We just
yet.
haven't. We just
Yes.
haven't yet.
Okay, so you can tell the ones that have done a really good job, keep up the good
Absolutely.
work, and otherwise work on these. Are the ones who got the really good job gonna have the treat trolley? I'm sure.
I don't have enough treat trolley space in my calendar.
Okay, just wondering. That's all I have.
All right, thank you so much for this presentation. I really appreciate it, and I think this goes a long way just to show, and I was excited to see some of those, and agree, I know, and I've made this comment before, with the diversity, with the secret shoppers, not just ethnicity, but I'd like to see maybe some economic and educational diversity in there, because I have been in situations where I think that affects, even not just in our schools, but out in the world, so I want to make sure. And one of the things that I've noticed when maybe English isn't your first language, that it's not in person and it's not always a phone call, it's an email. So is our secret shoppers going to look at email? Because I think that that's really important, and I think that's a growing form of communication, because sometimes you can't work 8 to 5, to call, so you're looking. So I would like to see that. And I appreciate the autonomy at each campus, but I can tell you as a parent who had kids at 3 different campuses at one time, it is a bear trying to, even just I had kids at 2 different middle schools at one time. Nothing is standardized, and you're literally having to henpeck, trying to figure out, and also not just website, but phones. Like, it's 1 at one campus, but then it's 0 at another campus, it's 3 at another campus. I mean, just.
And that was something that the secret shopper actually talked about, is those phone trees, and having some, I think that if there was one kind of overarching theme from the customer service perspective, she talked about having a more systemic approach across the district. And so that's where that fine line is drawn, where, Dr. Coburn and the assistant chiefs working with them to say, look, there's autonomy, and then here are 5 things that you're gonna have to do the LASD way. And I think that was something that was identified kind of across the board. Was that more systemic thinking on some of those pieces?
Yeah, Ms. Timish, autonomy for me was standardization as far as how we're gonna answer the phone, but there might be 3 options, but that you're gonna have to, I don't want everyone to, to answer the phone only in one way in LSD. So here's your 3 or 5 options, but it's gonna be one of those 3 or 5 options. So, in the same kind of thing, so.
And I appreciate
We,
that.
we have got to be more standardized in how we react to people, how we respond to people. That is my goal out of all this.
And I know we've had a conversation with email, but I can tell you that, as we all know, email, you don't hear the tone. And so sometimes when you're really quick and you send a short email, people read that differently, and I really would like so that customer service to be considered for email.
Ms. Sells?
Yeah, I would love to see a more standardization of just the website and just how everything is handled. Because, from our perspective, and this was great presentation, and I'm glad that it somewhat calmed what I believed, in that there are great things happening all over our campuses, but it's those things that aren't so great that we always hear about and we are contacted about. And so when that becomes your bubble of all that you hear, then it's nice to hear that there are those great things still happening. Has there ever been any consideration, and I know that when I worked at the City of Dallas, we had a information desk, but there was an immediate response if that person did not know an answer. She had a sheet that she could give that person, and that person could contact where I was in property management, or she could contact whatever, housing, utilities, whatever. But there was a listing right there, so that person walked away knowing exactly. And then there was a phone there that person could use if they needed to just make contact with that person at that time. A lot of times I'd go downstairs and I'd bring that person back to my office and have a conversation with them or whatever. But it was just, I look across our district and I'm thinking here about the campuses that my kids are on. The high school level, that front office has not really changed over that much. That middle school and that elementary, it's been a revolving door, and I don't know how much resources we put into training people that maybe are only thinking that they want to work front office staff while their kids are on that campus. And so even if we had some sort of resource that could train or direct them to our more knowledgeable staff here at the customer service.
That was one of the recommendations that I know that Sean is considering is there a designated person on the campus who is kind of your greeter, that is designated for it. The new person comes in, this is who they're gonna talk to, who really has a greater depth of knowledge. And then also, again, kind of having some of those resources that are standard, where it's almost who called what list. And, even if you don't have people's names on there because the turnover may happen, you've got a phone number that stays the same. I think there are a lot of things that we're looking at trying to standardize. I know it's gonna be a process, because we've got to identify the low-hanging fruit first, get those things knocked out, what's step 2, what's step 3. And I think that's one of the great things about Shauna is she is such a systems thinker, that she will look at those and we will knock those things off methodically. And we really love working with her department because they put together such great plans, and then we can support them from the communications.
And Ms. Sells, the being resourceful part, for me, I think there were a lot of responses that, visit lisd.net, but I want to make sure that we have an opportunity, a place for us to show the parent, take them to a computer, let them visit lisd.net. We might not know where to, but instead of just, hey, visit lisd.net.
Right.
So,
Well, and those conversations are what makes the difference, because I had a year-long conversation with somebody that was in private school, and they came back to Hebron, and had she just been told go to LISD.net, she would have never had. It was just that through that conversation that she worked out a lot in her mind that calmed her to bring
Mr. Miller?
I think it's great. So a couple things. So 600 front office staff were trained.
Over 600 support staff members.
Okay.
So primarily, yes, front office.
What jumps out at me, which is not really your issue, is that is about 8 or 9% of our total staff population that is front office administratively assigned. So that is a high percentage of administrative staff across the district.
Yeah, I don't think it was all administrative staff.
Campus and department staff, so all office type staff, campuses and non-campus orgs go through the training this first year.
I mean, that could be a bookkeeper and finance.
Facilities, front office person, learning and teaching front office people, every single campus and department office staff.
Right.
We're to go through.
So it's a high percentage of non-classroom, non-educator focused people.
Well, we can get the list for you.
One of the greatest needs that we have is volunteers, and it's a great thing that our parents contribute. One of the enemies of standardized customer care is volunteers, because it's a high variability. They don't have a need to own. They're task oriented, not ownership oriented. And so, as you guys look at this, it'd be interesting how you come up with some type of KPIs that measure ownership, right? If you're going to work in the front office, your job is not to just perform a task. Go make these copies, greet somebody, answer the phone, get the principal, whatever, which that does happen with a lot of volunteers. So just food for thought on that. My company regulates everything down to the email footer, the voicemails, right? And we're a customer service company. That's what we do. The other element here is the teachers. Still concerned that teachers need this.
That's the next wave of training.
Okay.
Administrators and teachers will start to be pulled into that in the coming years. That's part of the next steps.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. Like if you deliver that on a campus, again, once you deliver it, the teacher's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to go off and teach my AP class, right? There's got to be some ongoing form of measurement that we're monitoring. The charter school thing, I would agree that that's probably, they just have one campus to represent. The question is, can our folks that have to just represent one campus, so like Ms. Timish talked about, that's hard. It's across 3 campuses, et cetera. When you're representing the district at an elementary, middle school, and high school level. But the question is, can a campus leader or whoever that designee is really sell why LISD or why that campus versus the options that they have? And that is an area that actually concerns me a little bit, that we are not on par, not just because they're one campus, but that we're just, how we do it and what we do is made somewhat complex, right? So for example, can a campus leader actually explain the difference between a classical education at their campus versus the pedagogy that we use? I would venture to say, not critical of them, they've not really been equipped on how to do that. And so, that is a bar that we have to meet. And so it's a lot of activity, and I think it's all in the right direction. Just concerned how it all comes together, right? How we measure it, the efficacy of it, that type of thing. The website, I'm very eager to see that, and
Yeah.
the journeys that you define and that type of things.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, I totally agree. To me, really, looking at this a little bit brings up to me is we still have a lot of our staff that don't quite get it that we are in a competition. I mean, that's really a little bit of the crux of the matter to me, and so we've got to do better as far as, not that we haven't been trying to talk to them, whether it's that convocation and everything else, that our world has changed and we better wake up, because we are in a competition.
Mrs. On?
I'm glad you did this. I think, had a chance to talk with the two people that were the secret shoppers, or did you just get like a report?
No, they gave us a report, and, I mean, we spoke with them, Sean and I worked with them, ahead of time to create the, you know, system that they were gonna use based on our training, and that they walked us through the report after. It was good. I was really happy with this being a first shot at that, and honestly, something I don't think a lot of school districts really do. You just rely on your anecdotal, and gosh, everybody's great in the front office, and, you know, if you've been on campuses, you know that there's some campuses that are great and some aren't. So I thought it was really a good first step, to measuring some of the teacher training and giving us good data that we can use moving forward.
Well, I'm glad the district is doing it. My only question is Shauna also teaching, I don't know what the word is, grace, or just, because they're the person that sets the tone. So I could be coming in for an ARD, and I'm already mad because my daughter's done this or whatever's happened. They set the tone for how that meeting's going to go. You know, a divorced parent or a happy parent. So are we working on that type of training too? Because that is so important that main first face sets the tone for what's going to happen on that campus.
I certainly think that is an aspect of what Shauna talks to them about, but honestly, I think that's also part of the conversation that we've had with principals, that they sometimes are unaware of the way that their staff reacts
Yes.
to things, because their staff is friendly to them.
Yeah.
You're the principal, so I would hope so.
Yeah, they're all friendly to me.
You know, they're friendly. You know,
Right.
anytime I walk on campus, I would assume everybody's friendly with y'all. But I think that's why the secret shopper was so important, is because we're gonna be able to go back to the principal and say, guess what? That person, not so much.
Because you come in defensive. I mean, we're all like that. You come in mad at me, I get defensive too. Well, you got to learn how to turn that around. So I just want to make sure we're reiterating that too, because it's not them that they're upset with. They might have had a bad day, or their curling iron went bad or something. I don't know.
And
But
that's part of the partnership, though, between communications, professional learning, schools, making sure that we're all working together to come up with, you know, what does a profile of a front office staff look like for us?
right.
You know, we talk about profiles of leaders and profiles of principals and all of that. There are things that we probably need from our front office staff that we can, you know, boil down to 5 or 6 qualities, and if they don't have this, they probably shouldn't be
Right.
the first space. Maybe they can work in the back office, but maybe not in that front.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Ms. Cox, it was something that Ms. Hassett said. So instead of maybe the treat trolley, have we looked at maybe creating an award for that front office staff? This like like a customer service award of some kind for those that are great. I mean, I like to celebrate people that are doing things right. And
We'll
not-
certainly
I mean,
look
just
into
such a-
something like that.
We could help with the treat trolley.
Yeah, we better have
All
lots of
right.
treats for all 69 campuses.
We
Okay.
do.
Marketing report.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, wake up.
So,
Thank you for staying
Thank
here so late,
you.
Mr. Lee.
We got 3 minutes.
here. Okay, so, you know, as we talked about, that's what, Bill, has it been about a month?
Been 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
5
weeks ago, you know, we sort of informed you of our decision to get Bill to help us, and so he's done a great job getting this thing off the ground, and so we wanted to just sort of keep you informed of what's happening and what's coming down the pike. So, go, Bill.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, it has been 5 weeks, and so far very pleased with what we've got accomplished through the help of communications and our steering committee, which you'll see in just a second. We've actually made some good headway. So what I'd like to do, this presentation, I actually have timed it, so it should be right about 15 minutes, but we'll see. So I'd like to talk real briefly just about my marketing philosophies. I know some of this has already been talked about tonight, but as y'all know, I have a 35-year background in business. And as I tell people, I look at this as an opportunity to to have the marketing side of the school district run like a business. I always have to clarify that. I'm not looking to say we're going to run it like a business, the school district. But from a marketing side, I think it makes a lot of sense. And mainly that's because of the 5 components that make up a business. You know, there's the product, there's the demand, there's revenue, there's expenses, and now there's competition, as Dr. Rogers just said. So there's really been a strong paradigm shift for that. So I like to look at it in that way. I also like to look at it in what I tell our steering committee people when we had our first meeting the other day, that I like to look at the district as a large company with 6,500 employees, but we have 69 stores, and we have 53,000 paid subscribers. And so when we look at it that way, it puts a whole different look on the way that we look at marketing as we go forward. So just a little bit about, we're going to talk a little bit about my marketing philosophy. Sorry, I can see the screen better than that one way over there. Of course, we're going to talk about our steering committees, just real briefly. I know that y'all have heard a little bit about what we're doing there. And then our marketing campaigns and our overall campaigns. So first up, a philosophy that I've brought forward in just about every major industry that I've ever worked in and any businesses that I've created. I did this a long time ago, and it's called the DQC, and it's a strategy for success. The D is diversity, and then quality and consistency. And the diversity basically means that our goal is to never go into any kind of campaign with just a singular medium and a singular campaign at all. We're going to use a lot of different programs. There's a lot of things at our disposal now. This is 2019. Marketing has changed a lot. So our thought is to go in with several different programs at once. Quality, I can't say enough about quality. I've done extensive amount of research in the past about how quality relates to customer retention and engagement on any programs that we do. So the higher the quality, the higher the engagement, the higher the customer retention. The lower the quality, the reverse is in effect. Consistency is basically the mistake that a majority of my clients in the past always make when it comes to marketing. And that is just when we get them to the point. We get them right to that point in their marketing programs. Maybe it was a year, maybe it was 6 months. We get them right to that point, and they stop. And they say, okay, thank you. You got us to this point. We're back to where we wanted. If we need you again, we'll call you. Big mistake in marketing. So my thought there is we just have to keep it going. We have to keep the pedal to the metal when it comes to marketing. And we're gonna see, and if our, I don't say if, I say when our programs are effective and we start seeing the numbers improve, when we start seeing our enrollment come back and get up to that point where it needs to be, we have to keep it going. And as Dr. Rogers said, it's a whole new world out there. In the last 5 weeks, I've done so much more research than I ever thought I would do on charter schools and what's going on there, and it's been a real eye-opening experience for me, which we'll talk about in just a second. Okay, the purpose, and I'll just read through some of these things. The way we look at the purpose of our marketing department and our steering committee basically is to make recommendations to the superintendent on specific strategies to accomplish our marketing objectives. That's one. And then to assist our internal marketing projects on an as-needed basis. So basically one of them is external and one of them is internal. External is creating programs, coming up with concepts that market the district, and the other one is to assist particular needs that come up that need marketing assistance. The marketing objectives, and these are ones that were a combination of what I initially saw that Dr. Rogers gave me that I guess came from the board, and some that we included ourselves. But basically, starting from the top, marketing the district by celebrating the district, the student and staff successes, expertise, and accomplishments, promotion of student choices for learning experiences and programs. And this, of course, is a big one that I put it, or originally had at the top, was dispel the myth that charter schools provide a better education by creating a marketing plan to show why LSD schools should be the choice and providing information on incentives for students to participate in outstanding LSD opportunities, incubator, career out, and things like that. Educate the community on the exceptional reputation and the various struggles that face LSD and other Texas school districts. That actually was one that we had in to prepare the public for a possible tax increase. That's when that one there. The steering committee, I know you've heard a little bit about our steering committee. Basically, as I said here, it consists of high-level stakeholders and or experts. We're basically looking at a three-prong approach to how this is going to work. First of all, the committee is going to make recommendations on specific strategies to meet project objectives. Secondly, we're going to work together to come up with the implementations of those strategies. And thirdly, we're going to develop tracking programs. So we're working on coming up with the actual conceptual end of it, the ideation end, and the strategies, how we're going to implement them, what vendors we're going to use, how it's going to happen, and then the tracking methods of how we're going to measure results, which we obviously have to do. Steering committee is really similar to having a fully staffed professional department representing over 150 years of experience and success for the cost of a single person. So basically, I've worked with steering committees in my past businesses for years, and to me, it's just a great way to do it. The selection criteria that I used to put our team together was very interesting. First of all, I wanted to have 5 members, with me being the 5th, in case there needed to be a tie-breaking vote. And as you will see, they all had to they had to have experience and success in all of these areas, or at least in 1 to 2 or 3 of these areas. So it wasn't enough for me just to find people that had experience in these areas. I really wanted to see strong success patterns that they've had. And as you'll see in a minute, we are extremely blessed to have the committee that we have. So these range all the way from broadcast media, competitive analysis, of course, social media, earned media, project management, production, media buying, client relations, corporate communications, all of the major aspects that you would see in a corporate world of corporate marketing. Here's the committee. You might have seen their bios and another piece that you guys got. Basically, you'll see number 1, it is a diverse board, a diverse committee. Some of you may already know some of these people. Harold Strong is no stranger to us. Owns a company called Code Stream Code Studios, I believe it is. Just an awesome guy, phenomenal entrepreneur, has created probably 15 to 20 new businesses, and just a really great guy. Susie Carter, who owns Mixed Media Creations, just a great asset to us. Brian Horan was with Medtronics for 35 years, just a genius on the marketing and sales side, just phenomenal ideas. Bill Kula, another no stranger to LISD, mainly from his customer relations times at Verizon. Really adds a lot. We have 2 alternates, so in addition to our regular committee, we do have 2 alternates. Carlos Lopez, I've known Carlos worked for me for 30 years, just a real expert in the area of customer relations and customer service. And Art Young is a writer, writes for the USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Dallas Morning News, and will add a lot of help to us as well. So our goal with our committee is to have 100% quorum at every meeting. So in case anybody is out, we will always be able to pull in an alternate. In addition to the committee members, we've put together what we call messaging consultants. And these are people that are going to help us spread the good word. These are people that are going to take our strategies and take our information out into the public. Now, these are all people that I have worked with for years, except with the exception of a few. Candace Kruger is a former Miss USA, has hosted many television shows for me that I've produced over the years, and she has agreed. She has 4 kids, all in public schools. Natalie Woods, a former Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. And you'll notice all of these are going to be hitting different demographics. Jim Knox is a partner, was an ex-partner of mine in the business, of course, a Fox Sports reporter. Marcus Smart, like I told Dr. Rogers the other day, I wish when you had that iPhone there and you took that selfie, if you could have just asked him, We're going to ask these people to say things, especially the LISD grads, making the decision to go to LISD was the best decision I ever made. Coming from Marcus Smart, Lauren Cox, Chris Gutierrez, I mean, those are some strong critics. And there's a lot more. We were talking today that we're looking at actually adding to a lot of this and adding more of the professions, such as Chris Verducci is a lawyer in Houston, Tammy Dombeck, Michelin McNeely graduated from Marcus, and now is a CEO of a multi-million-dollar firm in Richardson. So the idea is that the ideas and the concepts that come out, these messaging consultants will help us by mainly video clips, social media video clips that'll be boosted throughout social media to help send the message based upon different demographics. As I said about the diversity of the campaigns and of the elements that we have, this gives you an idea of the variety of the deliverables that we're looking at. We're going to do a lot of video production. We did our first full day of video production last week, which was an awesome day. We had 3 parents from the Hebron feeder that had kids in our district, went to a charter, and came back. 2 of them are teachers. And we interviewed them. We interviewed their kids. We had shot a half a day of B-roll with them playing with their kids. Just some great stuff. Our concept on any of these videos is to have long and short versions. We'll have a 90-second version on every video we do, which will be for our video archive, websites, and the short versions will be 15-second versions, all for social media. We're looking at the potential. Now, these are just the potential of things. We're basically saying we don't want to leave anything on the table. Broadcast radio spots, television spots, direct mail campaigns, which we'll talk about in a minute, which we already have some underway, billboard advertising, social media platform boosting, PPC, earned media. Great example. I don't know if you guys caught this. March 1st that the Dallas Morning News did on a guide to charter schools. I mean, just chock full with misinformation, fake news, on and on and on. And you know, this is earned media. This is the type thing we can do, that we can get with Dallas Morning News, and we can get them to do a whole section in their paper on the guide to public schools, or any way we want. But I mean, it's got ads of all the charter schools, but it's editorial after editorial after editorial about everything that I've learned so far, except opposite what they're trying to say and the information that they're trying to push, which just goes to show you why we got a long way to go as far as our marketing. Earned media, SEO, and web development targeting campaigns, which we all talked a little bit about, and that's a thought that we have of developing several different websites and landing pages that'll be outside of LISD.net. They'll be used for marketing purposes, which I'll show you in just a second, and then they'll always link in to LISD.net. LISD.net is a massive, massive website, one of the best websites I've ever seen in my 35 years. I mean, as far as the information that's in it, how it navigates, I know that you are talking about it's gonna even get better, but there's so much information in there. But I think they've done an awesome job with it. I think it really looks great. Okay, next. Projects in production. As you can tell, being in my business, I've been some form of a project manager for over 30 years. I'm really big on managing projects in this way by maintaining them in particular phases of production. We work mainly in pre-production, production, post-production, and then distribution. You'll see all of the current projects that we have in pre-production right now. We're looking at doing a realtor multi-piece that we're working with communications on. That'll be a combination of a lot of different things, but mainly having a really nice piece together that will be promoting to realtors. We heard the other day at Quaker Oats is moving their headquarters to Dallas, and we've already been asked by several realtors who are representing that they would love to have information on our district specifically for realtors, which we're working with communications on right now. Town hall meetings, direct mail, social media. We'll talk about these in just a second as they show up in the campaign. Targeted landing pages, which we talked about. So far, I've reached out to a couple of different publications, one of them being Living Magazine, one of them being DFW Child, which seems to be a better fit based upon the past and based upon what communications has done and with the marketing pieces that we're looking at doing. The LISD marketing release is more or less like a press release that Amanda and I are working on. I personally feel that having a marketing department in LISD is newsworthy. I think that there's a reason for that. I think this gives us a good, I think we should probably meet the media head on with this, that here's what we've done as a district and why we've done it, why it's needed. And that gives us a really good leeway and a good segue into well, let's take it one more step about why is it needed, and basically because of what the charter schools are doing and what they're saying and how we have to fight back. If we don't fight back, then the numbers are just going to continue to get worse. Okay? In production, you'll see everything that's currently in production right now. We have a direct mail program for the East Side campaign. I'll show you all these campaigns in just a second. Town Hall, the top 10. With the help of communications, we've put together 2 major lists that we're working with right now. One of them is the top 10, and it's the top 10 reasons why a parent should choose LISD. We're using the word choose for their child's education. And then we're also using a really up-to-date charter versus LISD comparison sheet. So most of our new direct mail programs are going to be a hybrid, kind of with both of those themes involved. The only thing that's in post-production right now is the video testimonials that we just shot. Then you look at the projected rollouts. This is another thing that I'm really big on. I certainly like to stay on track, excuse me, with all of our projects. But as I've told Dr. Rogers, I also like to cross the goal line and spike the ball in the end zone as well when each project is finished. So as you can tell, starting this week, there are several things that will actually be out. I met with Media Creations today. I will say right off the bat that we have a phenomenal communications department here. We've got some really, really great talent in there. And our goal is, and our plan is that we're going to use, I call it our first out resource. So anything that our committee comes up with and we come up with that we feel needs to be done, we're going to first go to communications for our first out resource and to see what they already have, the materials that they already have. We've got, they've got a great videographer there. They've got great creative people. They got great website people. But at the same time, Amanda and I have had this discussion that we're going to weigh out every project and see what their priorities are, what they already have on the plate and I have on the table versus what our priorities are and our timing. A lot of their programs have timeliness dates to them, and of course so do ours. Ours have that as well. So in the situation where they cannot provide the services, such as the case on this first ones that we rolled out, which we knew about because their schedules were really too packed. This is mainly on the East Side campaign, on the direct mail campaign. We went to the outside, which we'll talk about in a second. Okay? So you can see that we've got things spread out all the way through the end of the summer. We have a couple of major campaigns that we've already got pretty well in the works. One of them's the East Side campaign, one of them's the West Side campaign. The East Side, the trigger point for the East Side campaign was the second day I was in this position when I got a letter from some moms on the East Side in our Hebron feeder pattern from Trivium Academy that was having some very serious problems, and they needed help. They didn't know what to do. They said that their enrollment was dropping because they were basically putting kids out on the street, that Little Elm was picking them up, Plano was picking them up. We need to be out there to try to recapture. So what we did, immediately started, this was even before we had the steering committee, to put together a 3-pronged program that I thought would work. Number one is direct mail. We have a list of 25,000 homes and residences, all with children with ages 2 to 18 within a 5-mile radius of what we call Ground Zero at 75010, which is right where Trivium Academy is within our Hebron feeder. We also have a phenomenal list that was given to us by Dr. Coburn's office of more than 1,000 of our students who have left LISD, gone to charters. They've either gone to charter, private, or homeschool, and they never came back. We have all the information about those people that we want as well. That's being merged in and into our list of 25,000. So all these people will get this new mailing piece that we're creating. And this is going to be basically a hybrid themed campaign where half of it is really pushing all the exceptional things that LISD offers, and the other half is really targeting, without getting too deep, targeting some of the charter stuff. Basically, it says these are all the offerings that LISD offers that others may not. It says something like that. So it's all in one mailing. It could be a very powerful. Also, every mailing piece that we're working on so far is generic. Just because it says East Side does not mean that that direct mail piece can't be used in anywhere else. They will all be evergreen, all be generic pieces. The direct mail piece will hit the same week as the social media campaign. That's the videos that we did. So at the exact same time these people are getting these direct mail pieces, Instagram and Facebook will be hopefully lighting up pretty heavy with all of our social media clips that'll be boosted. So all those will go together. The third component is what I would like to have. I'd like to see us get back with an idea of having town hall meetings. And this would be, the first one could be in May, hopefully with Dr. Rogers and some other executives that from the district that could be there. It would be heavily marketed through, we have a lot of volunteers out there already that mainly spawned from these ladies that I interviewed. So I think we can get some really good assistance to have a really good showing with that. In addition, the thought is to maybe do that once a quarter. Answer questions all about LSD, promote LSD, but also be there. I've already been told this, that if we have it, just be prepared that the charter people will be there and they will be, loaded for bear. So we have to be ready for that. So, and I have the heart for that. I think in marketing in my businesses, that's the only way I could tell our marketing was successful and working. If everybody was just quiet on the other end, I didn't know. But when they really started coming back at me, then I knew that I was getting under their skin a little bit. So we just have to be prepared for that. I think it's time that we do, in my opinion. Okay, West Side campaign. It's really a mirror of the East Side campaign. The trigger point here is Founders. I really think the Founders concept is like Lowe's. Every time there's a Home Depot, Lowe's builds across the street. I think that's what Founders is doing with us down by Flower Mound and some other areas, and we're going to probably continue to see that. So my feeling would be that right after the East Side campaign, that the West Side campaign should kick off relatively with the same components. The web development, which Amanda talked a little bit about, the plan here is we were real fortunate a couple of weeks ago to grab some domain names that I couldn't believe were still available. So we now own bestschoolsintexas.com. So not only .com, .net, .org, and we actually got a lot more, but I don't want to say what they are right now. But with Best Schools, with now that we have bestschoolsintexas.com, the thought is that we're going to be building a landing page that is a really cool page on bestschools.intexas.com. Of course, it's all going to be LISD, but when we market it, for instance, when we did our interviews the other day, I had every one of the interviewees look at the camera and say, for more information about how LISD is your best choice, go to bestschoolsintexas.com. So when they go there, when they hit the landing page, it will be chock full with information from everything from there'll be a direct link over to our profile pages that are awesome on our website. There'll be the video portal. There'll be all kind of cool stuff. But then, of course, that's going to link back over to LISD.net for more information. For more detailed information, they can go there. I will say that I won't tell you the name of the domains, but I did grab a lot of the others while we could, just so the charters wouldn't, to be honest with you. So those are just some of the things that are going to be in the website, in the landing page. There'll be the comparisons, and it'll just have some really good information in it. So it's just another concept that's going to be ongoing with everything else that we're doing. The great thing about it is the tracking capability. So now it'll be a full analytic type page. So all the tracking of all of our marketing programs will come through a separate portal, through separate websites that'll be measured separately, and then they won't mess up anything that's happening with LSD.net. Okay? So there we go. A little over 15 minutes, probably about 16 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Who's that? Ms. Hassett.
Not really sure what questions I have right now. I'm I'm sure I'll think of some later.
Well, you can send them to.
It was a great presentation. I like all the areas that you've hit.
Thank you.
So excited about that.
Thank you very much.
Ditto, I'd say the same, Mr. Lee. I'm really excited. I mean, best schools in Texas. I think that's one of my highlights for the whole night. I am just so stinking excited about that. And
I couldn't believe it was available, actually, you know, and all the others that we got.
Oh, thank you so much. And I love the idea of a steering committee. I mean, look at those people and I love the idea of our consultants. I mean, I can already think of a few names we can keep pushing and growing. So you hit the ground running for 5 weeks. This is unbelievable.
Well,
Kudos.
thank you. Lots of help, believe me. Lots of
Thank
help
you,
from
Amanda.
Amanda and all the great people in communications. So, and our steering committee together, we had our first meeting last Tuesday, and it was, Dr. Rogers came in, and they were really thrilled to get to meet him, the ones that have never met him. So they're very, very happy. And they already sent me back their notes, and we've compiled all of our notes together and staying in touch. We like the term LISD Special Ops is the name they want to go with, is the name the steering committee wants to go with. They're coming up with a logo. Yeah, matter of fact.
You'll have to share that with us. Ms. Phelps?
Just kudos to the presentation. I do like the different aspects that you have touched on. The steering committee, thank you for not just accepting their word on experience. A lot of people can say that they do things, but it's the success that they bring to the table that actually makes the difference. And so thank you for that. And just kudos for thinking of everything else. And yeah, bestschools.texas.com. I love it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Bill, appreciate the energy, and it's 10:48, so I could go through a litany of things that were really good in this, and there
Can
are
you
a lot.
email them to me? And
I will,
I'll be
or we
glad
can talk about it. But,
Yeah.
but there are a couple things I want to caution us on. One is I think we're over-rotating on the charter attack. This is a marketing campaign that is akin to Verizon, Sprint, and AT&T. That is very difficult for the average person to understand in Verizon, Sprint, and AT&T what the real differences are. And what happens is, and just so you know, this whole discussion will be on Farmon 2.0 in less than a week because this is broadcast. So that they watch us, and when we talk about charters, they grab onto it. So I'm just concerned that we focus on what we do well, why public schools, not just LISD, but why public schools who have a different set of regulatory requirements, reporting requirements, things that Mike could talk about, Lori could talk about, etc., that we focus on that as a thing that's also a differentiation. There's things that other school options have that are less restrictive with public dollars than we are. And I just feel like we've heard some stories about people who've come back. There are a lot of stories of people, and I teach kindergarten Sunday school, and I hear it all the time of the back and forth. I just asked a parent this Sunday, hey, where's Tanner go to school? Oh, he goes to Founders. Oh, I'd like to talk to you about that. We're gonna try it, see. I mean, so I think we've got to be careful of getting into the Sprint, AT&T, Verizon discussion. The other thing is direct mail, direct response. So that when you talk about direct mail, the other piece that married to that is direct response. So businesses do measure response. We don't. We do a market stim, right? We stimulate the market, and then how do we measure that? If the measure is the counterattack, that's one thing. But usually there's a response rate, right? You stim the market, you look at 8 to 10% response rate. Just those are the kind of things, as we look at those 5 things you talked about, that I'd like to understand more as we go forward. And so here's the ROI. Let's just say House Bill 3 passes and we get $6,000 per student, and we, through this effort, get a net 100 students per year. That's $600,000. That's not a net margin of $600,000, right? So we've got the cost of the campaigns, we've got the cost of salaries, that type of thing. And so at some point, we've got to look at how much money we're spending on this and how much we're actually getting out of it. And we can't, sometimes in education, we don't like to really measure those things at a defined kind of return. And this is one where I think we've got, we're going big. There's a lot of things on there. And I'd start going, that's a lot of money. And we have to look at this at some point and say, if it doesn't return this, 100 students a year, 200 students a year, net as a result of the campaign, not as a net as a result of growth in the area, et cetera, that would just be organic. Now, organically, we're declining. So you could say, hey, I was successful because I stemmed the growth, the decline, right? But those are some things that I think we've really got to get into in looking at whether this is really effective. Now, the ambassadors, the people, Marcus Smart, all these other people, I think that's great and that type of thing. But at some point, there's dollars and cents here, and this is really about the community. And are we going to stem the flow of money back to the state? And if we can't do that, then we have to consider at what point do we moderate this down a little bit.
One thing, if I could respond to that, I think and you know this being in customer service too, that back to the business world, I mean, one of the things we say all the time in business is that, you know, it's a heck of a lot cheaper and much more cost effective to hold on to your existing clients than it is to go out and get new ones. And so that's one of the things that we're working with the steering committee. There's 2 different steering committee members that we have that are really specialists in customer retention. And that's really a direction that we really want to look at, is to educate and to promote so much more, as much as we can together between these two entities here, to educate everything that we have. I noticed even in the Ragnar survey, I noticed that there's some questions in there that was really interesting. It said, you know, well, I would respond to this way, but now that I'm more educated, I'll respond in this way, you know, which really always tells me that the more good information that they have and the more they know about everything that we do have and what a phenomenal district we are, then the opportunity, you know, when it comes to that decision-making process, because they all have such a choice now, that they will say, one of the things we're doing on our direct mail piece, so at the top header, it just says, we've always been here for you. You know, I kind of like that, you know, so we've always been here for you. We've been here since 1902. And so it's like, you know, you don't have to look any further for the best choice. So I agree with you. I do think that, and I think that that's been a topic of discussion in every one of our meetings so far of, you know, okay, the paradigm shift has happened, okay, but now how far to one direction do we go? Because you're right, if you go too far this way, you know, it could be you're just opening up some things that maybe you don't want to do. And if you go too far this way, in my opinion, you're not going to see the needle move because they're doing it. These charters are spending big dollars on. I mean, you've seen them. You probably all got them by direct mail. I got 3 of them in my mail today, and you know, every one of them just says. And I look at them, and just based on my research, it's that's untrue. That's untrue. That's untrue. Do they know? You know, little things. Did they know that we have a nurse at every one of our campuses? You know, that's a huge thing. We put that at number 4 on our top list of 10, and then they make this big issue about how their teachers are so educated, and we're trying to say, well, 30% of our teachers have master's degrees. So, you know, we're looking at the compare and contrasting thing more than anything.
Yeah, and we can defer some of this, but
yeah,
just like the nurses
I'd love
thing,
to. Yeah,
guess what?
I'd love your ideas on that.
The local charter
has
nurses on campus, so we got to be careful.
They do, but I know they say they do, but everyone that I talked to and every parent I researched said they don't.
I know the nurse founders; they have the same level. So just be careful.
Oh, I know.
At what level, right? We need to focus on what we do really well.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. No, I get that, and I'm getting a lot of the misinformation too. As I've only been in it 5 weeks, but still, I'm getting things where people say this, and then somebody else says this, and I go, okay, what's true? I know what we do.
I do want to reassure you and the board that Bill's budget is not unlimited by any stretch.
Yeah.
You know, because it still goes back to, you know, we do have to spend money, that ROI. I mean, we will measure it, but it still goes back to every $65,000 I see as a teacher. And so, you know, trying to find that balance of, I don't think, and it was pretty clear from the board that the board wanted us to, you know, do more in marketing, but I certainly didn't get the blessing that, hey, you have unlimited budget, and nor would I expect that.
Okay.
I get it. I mean, and we would love to talk about budget at some point.
Ms. Lasan?
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to apologize that you were last and that, I don't know, I'm speaking for myself here, I'm getting a little slap happy. And I think we've all been very concerned and interested in what happens with marketing with LISD. So, but I feel very encouraged with you at the helm. Thank you, and hopefully we'll get to ask more detailed questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Ms. Prosnick?
Great presentation. I'm very
Thank you.
excited about the details. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So you have a chain for the external messaging. What is the chain you have for the internal?
We actually, that was a topic of discussion with Dr. Rogers and I the other day, of coming up with a mechanism for that, and we're going to need to talk about that too. If Adrian Moreno sends me an email and says, hey, Bill, we really need to create a marketing program, a real push-heavy technology marketing program for Career West. You know, that's a good example. I mean, where communications and marketing would probably work hand in hand to really help market that. But that's something we're going to have to work on to figure out priorities, and because right now we're so moving in this external to get these campaigns going, and nobody knows we exist yet. So, so the internal part is really not really active other than through communications. So.
And then in your presentation, you talked about East and West. Can you define what that is?
Well, East is just definitely, like I said, was triggered through the Trivium Academy, which I'm not sure exactly. It's just, I know it's right down the street from Hebron.
It's right down the street from Arbor Creek.
Definitely in our Hebron feeders. So, and we had hoped to have even our town hall meeting at Hebron. So it would just be that whole corridor, and then West would be more or less was really we were thinking about because of Founders going in by Flower Mound High School. So it would more or less be Marcus, Flower Mound, you know, and then we'd maybe do a central.
So would it be more accurate to say that it is a Hebron, instead of East, it's a Hebron feeder pattern, and instead of West, it's a Flower Mound feeder
That
pattern?
very well may be, yes. We probably should even think about doing that, since Colony wasn't really included in this East campaign. Right, that's a good idea. Yeah, and those are just our own internal names for the campaigns. We actually started with numbers on campaigns. That's normally how you do it, that you don't title them like that because they're subject to change.
Well, I also, in the spirit of equity, don't want a feeder pattern to feel left out of the marketing love.
I
as it
agree.
were.
I agree. That's really a good idea, and we could do that.
I do agree with Mr. Miller in that I'm more about what we're for and what we do than trying to say what others don't. I think it's a more positive campaign, in my opinion, and in my experience in public relations. I appreciate my next question is, when are we going to get marketing updates?
Actually, that's a great point, because Bill and I talked about, that he was going to start providing updates to me. So then that'll
Like
be
in the
weekly.
Yeah, mine are on Friday that I'm sending to him, just complete updates of everything that's gone on for the week, and then however that wants to be. Friday I was in San Antonio and got to meet with the marketing and communications people there, and my thought was, I met with Irving a few weeks ago, and if I could just get away out of those meetings with one really good idea, it's really, really good. I got 3 out of San Antonio. They're really they're doing well out there. They've got the same challenges we have, but little different. But information such as that, rather than to put in any kind of, I'm just going to update to Dr. Rogers, and then pass them on.
Questions, Ms. Rossi? Okay, and I'm gonna, for the sake of time, because I see some sleepy eyes around this room, but I will email you my questions, but just 2 quick comments is, I wanna make sure we're looking at relocation companies, because that is why people move here, because of our schools, so I wanna make sure we're hitting up, Dallas has several relocation companies, and then, I wanna make sure we're not dissing our Career Center kids that graduate with certifications, not just our kids that get college degrees. That we make sure we film our graduates that have gotten a tech
Absolutely.
certification.
You mean as far
showing
as
how they've
our,
moved on.
like our messaging
Our graduates.
people? Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's a great idea.
I love that we're filming our graduates. It shows how
Yeah.
we've educated our kids and they've
Yeah,
been
and we
successful.
wanted to make that very diverse, like you said. We wanted to get, we came up this morning that we should get more people, fine arts, who, famous people that have become famous playing musical instruments and band directors and things like that.
But
So
it's
that
not just
came up.
about famous people, it's about the average person just being successful.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we're hitting everyone.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Great
Thank
job,
you.
Bill.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
TRS active overview and proposed resolution.
Okay, real quick. In the recent past, I and some others, and you can see in the board doc, Allen ISD, Denton, Lake Dallas, we met earlier this year to talk about, look, the struggles that school districts have currently with TRS Active Care. We continue to, our employees continue to pay more for really less coverage. And of course, we're a little bit hamstrung with that in that we don't even have access to our data through TRS, so we can't really go out and see if there's better options. So really, Scott Niven from Allen ISD and his general counsel have sort of led the way, but so they were working with Representative Leach, who represents that area, on House Bill 3989, and so they just asked, and it's sort of in limbo. That bill is, we don't know how it's going to move, and there's some other examples of Arlington's trying to do something on their own. But we just, they asked if we would pass, I think is there a resolution?
Not on here.
Not in here.
That's something that we're gonna have you pass, just saying, hey, we're in favor of, we need access to our data, and sort of this window of, we're not gonna automatically get out of TRS Active Care, but we need access to our data to where we can shop and see if there are some options. And Jeff, I don't know if you have anything else you wanna add, because Jeff and Mike have been part of these discussions, so.
We covered it.
All right.
We'll have the resolution in the board book.
Yes.
Okay.
But Dr. Rogers, I thought we can't, you're legally bound.
That's why
So we're trying to make a resolution.
we're trying to, the resolution is to say, hey, support
Pass the
us
bill.
in this House Bill 3989, and allow for these small number of school districts to get out, get their data, go explore, and yet if it doesn't turn out and there aren't better options, then, we just need that flexibility or we can't even explore it.
And it would allow us to come back in.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Ms. Timish, any questions?
No, I mean, I'm grateful that LISD is going to be one of these because I think there is a monopoly on this, and I think having an opportunity to be able to explore is key because, unless we break up this monopoly, we're just not going to have any other options. And just as long as, however this is written, that our staff will not be penalized if we don't find something. My heart of hearts think we will find something better.
Ms. Sells? Mr. Miller? Ms. On? Rossi? Ms. Hassett?
Great idea.
And I don't either, so.
All right.
Okay, this month, we will have Ms. Sells give our legislative report, and as Ms. Timish said last time, lots of things are changing, so we'll look forward to hearing all the great things that are happening. The last item here is an action item. We're actually not going to take action on the resolution. We're going to do that at our board meeting. We're tweaking a few things. But what we would like to ask is that Ms. Hassett is actually going down at 4:30 in the morning. God love you.
4:15.
To Austin, and we'd like to let her speak on behalf of the board regarding the audit and moratorium of STAR.
Because the bill is going to be heard, it wasn't supposed to be, and then all of a sudden it became on the hearing Friday, and so
During the House Public Ed.
after HB3 passed, there was some hullabaloo, and so finally after HB3 passed, this bill was put on the hearing on tomorrow, and so trying to have an audit of the STAR from the readability issues that we're having, and a moratorium on the high stakes part on our students in schools, so that we can continue along and make sure that we're satisfying what our students need.
Does anyone have concerns of that, or?
I actually don't even know I saw it, I don't even know what the background is. I've seen the bills on a moratorium for 2 years, but
No, it's not a moratorium for 2 years, really, it's just a moratorium on the high stakes, so.
Right, that's what I mean, so I'm trying to, I don't know the background of what we're talking about.
The readability issues?
And why we're doing a resolution. I think there's an element of, we gotta sit a little bit under the radar for a while, and for multiple reasons. And so what is it that are we cooperating with other districts on this?
No, no other districts, this was just.
So what is causing us to?
This was just
I'd
for
like
me.
the administrative perspective on this. What is it causing us as administration to suggest that we need to go down this path?
And Mr. Miller, great question. This was added to the agenda through board members. So, Ms. Hassett added it with, I think, Ms. Cox being the second. So that's how it got on the agenda. But
And why do you think we need to stay under the radar?
I think there's plenty of things that have LISD in, we have visibility on right now. And as we've come out on this issue of testing, when we had the issues, and rightly so, we wrote a resolution a year or two ago. I think that the resolution, as it relates to effectiveness, it's just going to be a statement. A statement from LISD is not going to do anything. A statement from a number of ISDs partnering together probably carries more weight.
I have contacted TASB.
I'm talking about the superintendents and the folks getting together and saying, hey, we're all going to agree to go down this direction. I just think that's an important element for us. Now, if this comes for us to approve next week, I'll approve it and sign it. But, it just, I think we've got to put our energy in certain places. I think we've got to narrow things a little bit. I think we've got to just kind of maintain our focus, and we've got a lot of things that we're trying to do. If we're the only district delivering this, then we know how it's going to be received, right?
And I believe that we are in a particular spot within the state because we have caught issues in the past. And so we've spoken up before for our students. And this is another prime example of us taking advantage of what's put before the legislature, that we can advocate in the best interest of our students to make sure that they're adequately represented.
And honestly, Mr. Miller, this is something the legislature has actually been talking about, is that we need a better system than STAR. So it's not something they haven't been talking about as well.
Yeah, this is a bill 42, and just on a separate note, I did text all of our representatives today to ask them to support House Bill 4242. But the resolution, that was a separate deal. But that's typical for me when I see various bills, is I'm going to text our legislators. The resolution is
Well, we'll send an updated version to everybody, so, because it's getting tweaked, so we can send an updated version to everyone to review before the board meeting.
So I'm clear to make sure what we're asking for is, Ms. Hassett is asking if she can go down and testify as an LASD trustee, because when I've been down in hearings, I mean, Plano, Frisco, Coppell often will say, and this is one of our this is specifically to one of our 4 legislative items that we have. We just have 4, and this is one that falls clearly within that. You're just asking, can I go testify on behalf of LASD, because this falls in line with our priorities? I can name Bernie, a lot of districts go down and testify. Ms. Hassett just doesn't ever say she's an LASD trustee because she's not had, but this is clearly in line with what we have. Okay, so I'm understanding it correctly.
Yes, so I'm wanting to get the thoughts from the board on Ms. Hassett going down. Do we prefer her to be as Ms. Hassett or an LISD trustee? In the past, we've gone down individually, but it's the request that was made to go down as a trustee. So I would like feedback from the board.
Don't embarrass us, Christine.
Yes, ma'am.
I told you I'm getting slap happy.
I appreciate being informed prior, and don't have any problem with her representing us as long as it's our legislative agendas. I think that we need to have.
Is this one topic only?
Yes.
So I mean, I wouldn't say no to it. I think it's more powerful with someone from the administration going with. I think
Leave it in 4 hours, let's go.
well, we don't have a resolution.
She's asking to
Okay,
testify.
I mean, but you see, I think this is where we're kind of, it's 4 hours, and of course, we're not going to say no, go as a trustee, but I think this is again where we've got to be thoughtful. Frankly, the legislature's not going to listen to a lot of trustees right now. We're hammering over the head on recapture, and hammering over the head on House Bill 3, Senate Bill 3. The administration have impact. And so Dr. Fitzhugh has impact. It doesn't mean you don't, but the combination of that is much more powerful. And that's my only apprehension of when we do these things, that we do it in partnership with the administration. It's very powerful then. Very powerful. Like, Christy, like you and I have done in the past with Sarah. Very effective, right? And so I would not say no. Of course, go. You can represent us.
You absolutely could say no.
No, I'm not going to. I think you will represent us well, but I
think
just
that's
want to
a very
make the
true
point
statement, though. It makes an impact when the teachers go.
Exactly.
And the legislature hasn't responded to a trustee any different this session than they have in the past 3.
That's look.
your
Okay,
point.
exactly. I think that's the point. That's if we're deliberate then in that combination of the 2 people sitting at the table, right?
Any other comments? Ms. Prosnick? Ms. Timish?
Have a nice drive.
I'm in support of, and I think what's difficult, and I appreciate Ms. Hassett, is, we were notified on Friday of this opportunity. Sometimes it's hard for administration to be able to leave with 2 days' notice. And I appreciate.
Especially at STAR.
Yeah. With us having STAR testing this month. Tomorrow.
I will say, if you had wanted company to go down, you could have contacted any of us on Friday and told us about it, and we
I hadn't
could
decided
have
for sure on Friday.
and we could have made, there was enough for this to be in our, packet on Friday.
I was gonna send it, I wasn't gonna come down, but now I've decided for the weekend. And y'all yell, come on, we're leaving early.
It's a little bit more than 4 hours notice, and I can rearrange my schedule.
Okay, so I think we have our answer, so, all right.
Do we need to vote on it? I'm just
Oh,
asking.
I
It
guess
says it's
so.
an action item.
I guess we need to
No,
vote on it.
we're delay the vote.
It's
of
really
that
not,
resolution.
this
We're
isn't an
just-
action.
okay, right.
Just-
We're pulling the action item, we just needed your input as far as.
Mr. Crownover is gonna help me with wording.
Right.
I just meant to speak tomorrow, so then we're good. Okay.
We all consensus on that. All right, is there anything else? Okay, if there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned and the time is now 11:16. Thank you very much, staff and everyone, for the late night.
I've been texting everybody.